Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, get your cocktails ready because the show is about to start. Mic check. Let's get this party going. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, I am the Old Humble Guy, and this is the Old Humble Distilling Company Happy Hour. Tonight we are talking about Terroir, whiskey Terroir specifically, and whether or not it's even a thing. I am drinking Boomtown Bourbon, and we are going to have ourselves a grand old night. How's that sound? As is customary for our shows, I spend the first, 10, 15 minutes. We're going to talk about updates with the distillery and things going on at the end of the year, going into next year. I am signing up for the Whiskey Wash. The Whiskey Riot. I'm sorry. Whiskey Washback is a different event, but the Whiskey Riot is an event that happens in cities all around the country. I am signing up for the Houston, Austin, Dallas, Oklahoma City, and Fort Worth Whiskey Riots in 2025. If you want to catch us in any of those markets, you can, Oklahoma City? Yeah, Oklahoma City. You can catch us in any of those markets doing the Whiskey Riot. Come out and see it. Check out the Whiskey Riot. Sign up for the event. It's like a big old whiskey, social whiskey festival type of thing. Cheers to you fine folks out there. I'm enjoying my Boomtown Bourbon cocktail. You enjoy whatever it is you're having, and because it's a happy hour. The whole point of a happy hour is we can have a conversation and talk. And what I do for our happy hours, for those of you who are new, I kick it off with a little topics of my own, give people a chance to show up, get involved, get into chat and get to talking amongst themselves. And then once we have a, 15, 20, 30 minutes in, I've had a chance to talk about a couple of topics, our whiskey topic, our big topic, and our think topic. Today's whiskey topic is whiskey terroir. Is it a thing? Does it matter? The other one is, are we doomed? And of course, no, we're not doomed. I'm a font of optimism, and I'm willing to share with you why I don't think we're doomed. We're going to be fine. And then the third one is, I don't remember what the third one is. I got Longshanks out there in chat. He can probably help me out. Remind me what the third topic is for tonight's show. It is in the description, if I'm not mistaken. Shanks, can you look it up and help me out? Give me a little assist. I would appreciate it. Okay, because I can't remember what it is. It's something I talked about something this week with somebody. There's my boy Longshanks. So your comments will be up here. So I give you all a chance to get to talking, get a little head of steam with chat, and then we go until 12:30, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. We go until we run out of chat. We go until we run out of people talking. We keep this thing going as long as we can. It is Old Humble After Dark. Old Humble. What do we call it? Old Humble After Dark. Old Humble Overnight. The old Art Bell show. America Coast to Coast. America After Dark. AM radio After Dark. Art Bell Coast to Coast. That's what it was. Art Bell Coast to Coast. You young kids don't have any damn idea what I'm talking about. But that is exactly. And here we go. We got Paul in the house. Cheers, Paul. Welcome to What You Lose with Streaming Services. Thank you, Paul. I am very disappointed in you, Mr. John Longshanks, for not giving me the assist that I was hoping for. He must be in the bathroom or something. He went to the kitchen to freshen up his cocktail and get himself a snack because he's gonna be here all night with me. all the same. Okay, so that's what we'll do. Well, those are our three topics. What we lose with streaming services. Are we doomed? Of course not. And what is whiskey terroir? Is it even a thing? In fact, that is what we have on our opening screen. If I minimize the camera, yeah, terroir and whiskey. Is it a thing? That's the topic. That's the big whiskey topic of the night. I've talked about this before. I've even done videos about this before. And it is actually the topic that I'm going to be discussing at the Legends of Texas Whiskey Fest in Waco this weekend. I'm heading out to Waco this weekend for the Legends of Texas Whiskey Fest. That is Friday, heading out to Waco. That is Saturday. I'm sorry. That's Saturday in Waco at the Texas Sports Hall of Fame, where that is the Sips and it's Sips Chat, I think is what they call it. Something silly like that. But we're going to be talking about terroir and whiskey. Is it even a thing? And well, here's the. It's an active conversation. I love talking about this. It's an active conversation amongst. Well, hang on. Wait. Before we get to it, I'm getting ahead of myself. Well, put a pin in that. Have I given all the updates? We're doing the Texas Legends Whiskey Festival, the Whiskey Riot next year. I'm doing a reality show in January. I'm filming a reality show, recording a reality show in January called BitBlocks. You can download the app. I'll be on the show. I don't know when the show is going to broadcast. I don't know when it's going to air. It's supposed to go. Oh! I have an ad on my what's the ad? I have an advertiser. Discount fragrances and beauty products from 80% off from who is this? Fragrance.com. Special thanks to Fragrance.com, who is an advertiser on our show. Thank you for advertising with us. Who else is anybody else? The second one is something about mushrooms. What the frick? Something about mushrooms is the second advert. I don't know what it is. Something about mushrooms. There's a baby. There's a bunch of mushrooms. Some kind of mushroom dealer. I don't know. I'm sure I'll find out. Maybe if I turn it sideways, it'll tell me. Nope. To recap, mushrooms, healthy and energized, help your gut, sharpen your focus. Oh, it's like that mushroom coffee people. I haven't seen a product name at all. Rizo, R-Y-Z-E, Rise mushrooms. Okay, there we go. Special thanks to our sponsors, Rise Mushrooms and Fragrance.com. Thank you for advertising on our show. I love it. We have mid-roll commercials. If you see a commercial on your stream, I want to know who it is. Put it in chat. Comment who it is, as I want to give them a shout out. They get extra bang for their buck for advertising on my show. For if their advertisement shows up on my show. Anyway, the show's called Beta Blocks. The show's called Beta Blocks. It's a startup accelerator, and they record the sessions and events during the startup accelerator, and we get to compete for prizes during the show. So it's a fun time. It's a fun time for everyone. And then what else is so that's January, and then by February, March, April, May, June, I have a scheduled release in the early planning stages of a brand new whiskey label. More details to come. So I need a softer light. I feel very pale. I feel like I look very pale. I think I need to add like maybe not a blue, maybe a blue, maybe blue to soften that color a little bit. Does that help? No, not blue. Maybe blue. Maybe red. Maybe gray. Red? Does that help? That helps a little. That helps a little. Yeah, maybe red. Okay. This is also something that we get to do on the show is figure out how to improve the show. Yellow? I don't like yellow. I don't like that at all. Green? How about green? No, definitely not green. Purple. If blue wasn't good, purple's not going to be good. I don't know. Purple's not bad. Okay. Purple's a possibility. Pink and purple. Those are two good ones. Or red and purple. Those are two good possibilities. Here's a... I don't know what color this is. This looks like it's just dark. That might work. That might be a good one. Okay. I'm going to play around with the lighting in between shows. That's yellow again. I think we're repeating colors now. Okay, so I'm going to play around with the color filters too. Here's a pure red. No, can't do red. That's too red. Okay. And now we're back to yellow, pink, blue, etc. Okay. And I think it's just this one that I need to mess with the filter. Because I don't think this one is... This is more background. Yeah. That's more for the background. It's not really on me. Actually, that's kind of... I think I bumped that light. That light's supposed to be going this way. Actually, that light may actually supposed to be on me. No, I think it's supposed to be back here in the back. Like that? It's hard to tell. I need to play with the lights. I've bumped these lights. This is like a working office. This is a work. I work in here, as well as do this fucking nonsense. So, put my jellies away. All right, these three get checked out in the off time. Anyway, all right, on we go. Who else is in the party? Paul. Who's there? Dustin's in the house. Why is Dustin here but not here? Stop. Start. Paste. And this is also my chance to kind of make sure, get the text shaken out. So you've got the updates of the distillery. We have a new there. Okay, I see all the chat pop back up. So you have all the updates of what's going on with the distillery over the next 6 months or so. Stay tuned for that new release of the whiskey. That new release of the whiskey is going to be something special. I do want to give a quick shout out to the 6 states: Texas, Florida, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and Arkansas. The 6 states that have ordered my whiskey online and received deliveries through our online store. Thank you very much. You can order our whiskey at oldhumble.distilling.com. There it is right there. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell. There. Okay, I've covered all my YouTuber bases. I have a sign that's over there. You can't see it because it's off screen. I need to get it up here, probably on the wall like right there, I'm guessing, or maybe right there. Anyway, we'll get it taken care of. We will get it taken care of. All right. So, whiskey topic. First topic. I have a bell. Whiskey topic. I need to have my signs, my graphics to put on it so I can hit the bell and do my graphic. Whiskey topic. So our first topic of the day is the whiskey topic. Are we on schedule? Are we on schedule? I am trusting the process. We're 15 minutes in. We are on schedule. Our whiskey topic of the day: Terroir. Is it a whiskey terroir? Is it a thing? Does it matter? Boom, boom. Terroir and whiskey. Is it a thing? Well, in short, no. But also, yes, depending on how you define terroir. In the classical sense, terroir is simply the soil, the land where, okay, we got this fixed? Okay. I'm trying to do all the tech stuff all at once. And that was the one thing that I forgot to do, is adjust that camera so we're in the right spot. Okay, so if you define terroir in the classical sense of soil, dirt, the land where the product was made, no. The terroir does not matter when it comes to whiskey. And I will die on this hill unless somebody convinces me otherwise. Show me evidence otherwise that the soil that corn is grown in, that the soil that the wheat, that the barley, that the rye, the soil matters. Show me any evidence that matters, because I defy people to take plates of corn that were grown in two different states, eat the corn, and tell me that the corn tastes different. The biggest difference in varieties of corn is the amount of sugar in the corn, and the amount of sugar in the corn, largely due to genetic modification and development over time. The amount of sugar in the corn is what determines the amount of alcohol in the corn. The amount of alcohol in the amount of alcohol that can be distilled, fermented, and distilled out of the wash makes the corn more useful. So we don't want a lot of starchy corn. I mean, I know you'll be able to tell the difference between popcorn and yellow dent corn because popcorn is not intended to be boiled and eaten because it's starchy and gross. But regular corn is sugary. The type of corn that we use to make whiskey is sugary. And you want your corn to be sugary because sugary makes yeast happy. Sugary makes alcohol. And that's more of a function of genetics than it is a function of the soil. The soil is not going to give you sugar or more or less sugar. The soil is going to give you nitrogen and all the stuff that like actually makes the plant grow. I think. I'm not a farmer. But, hey, like I said, I'm willing to be convinced. I'm absolutely willing to be convinced. If you can show me any evidence that you can taste the difference between Indiana corn and Iowa corn and Texas corn and Kentucky, show me the proof. I'm willing to be convinced. And the difference in flavor that you're probably going to spot is the difference in sweetness, the difference in sugar. But that's not going to be a function necessarily of the soil. That's going to be a function of the actual genetics of the breed of corn that you're working on. The blue corn versus yellow corn versus orange corn versus bread and butter corn or whatever other kinds of corn there are. But in the classical sense of the word, terroir related to vineyards, because vineyards would be big giant estates that would have their wineries on the estates. They would have their grapes. They would have generations of grapes being grown on this property, and the generations of grapes would be picked and harvested and stored and then turned into wine, fermented, juiced and fermented and barreled and aged and bottled in the same location. All in the same location, from the soil to the barrel to the bottle, all in the same location on a big estate. It doesn't happen nearly as much as it used to. In the OG winemakers do that still. But in the classical sense, the industry doesn't work the same way it used to. Bottling plants are separate from the wineries or separate from the fermentation. Anyway, we're getting off track. Let's not get off track. Let's stay on track. Stay on track. Stay on target. So in the case of whiskey, though, let's stick with the wine for one more second. With wine, your ultimate result is going to be something like 95 to 85% grape juice. The rest of it's going to be alcohol. Your alcohol content is going to be up to probably 15%. Another ad? Jesus, who's this? Some kind of a Christmas gifts, 100+ Christmas gift, personalized Christmas gifts. Well, shout out to the Christmas gift people. I told it to do moderate ads, not even heavy ads, just light on the ads, just sprinkle in just a little dusting of the ads. So I want to know who your advertisers are. Let me know in chat, whoever comes up with an ad in your feed, because I want to give our advertisers a shout out if we spot them. But again, wine is going to be, up to 15% wine or 15% alcohol. The rest of it's going to be grape juice. That grape juice is going to have come from the grapes, going to come from the soil of the winery, going to come from the character of the winery, going to come from the actual estate. All of the juice, all of the water, all of the stuff that goes in that wine, which is, again, most of the wine, that's what you're going to have. So all that stuff matters. The character of the soil, the character of the juice, the character of the grape, all of that stuff matters significantly in wine making. When it comes to whiskey making, on the other hand, we take our grains, we grind up our grains, we boil our grains. We boil all of the sugar and starches and flavor out of those grains, and then we dump the grains. We'll ferment, eventually we'll dump the grains. We'll ferment all the sugars, as much of the sugars as we can, to get to turn the sugar into alcohol. We'll get 15 to 20% alcohol by volume. Well, 10 to 15% alcohol by volume. If we're lucky, we get a little bit more than 15%. So at the end of the day, there's not going to be a whole lot of sugar left in that wash. If we've done our job right, there shouldn't be a whole lot of sugar left. Then we're going to take all of that 80% water and 20% alcohol and move it back over into our pots. And then we're going to start boiling that alcohol, and we're going to get that alcohol off of the water and into another pot. We're going to get maybe 10 to 20% water left behind. If we get 160 proof alcohol, we're going to have 20% water left behind. The rest of it's going to be alcohol. We're going to have just alcohol, 80% alcohol, fermented alcohol distilled out of the wash. So what's going to be left behind is 20%. Then we're going to dilute that 20% of water that had the character of the grains left behind. We're going to dilute that with fresh water, fresh distilled water from the estate that we're on. Then it's going to go into the barrel. The barrel is going to give us 60% of its flavor and 100% of its color. And then the character of the grains is going to be that 20% that was in there is going to be diluted down to about 10%, 5 to 10%, because we're going to add water to bring it down to 120 proof. So we're going to add water to that. So if we start with 30 gallons, we're going to add 10 gallons. So of those 30 gallons, it's going to be 5 that's going to be water, roughly 20%. 6 that's going to be the water. 30 gallons would be 24 gallons of liquor, 6 gallons of water. We're going to add 10 gallons, so that 6 is going to be 6 of 16. So it's going to be a little bit less than half of its original, so about 10%. Down from 20% of the water down to 10% of the water. No, I take that back. 20% down to it'd be a third of that, so about 6% of the water. And then we're going to let it sit in the barrel, and the barrel is going to age. Then we're going to add more water to it and dilute that original flavor even more by adding more water and bring it down to 80 or 90, sometimes 100 proof. So the actual character of the soil that grew the corn has been pulverized, boiled, fermented, distilled, diluted, aged, and diluted again. The actual character of the land where the grains came from is damn near eradicated out of the final product. Not only is corn not unique, not only can you barely taste the difference in corn between Indiana, Iowa, and Illinois, or wherever else you're getting your corn from, Texas, Oklahoma, etc. By the end of the process, the character of that corn is down to like practically nothing. So terroir and whiskey in the traditional sense where it means soil, no. But, there's always a but, and that's what we like about this, because we like the but. What does matter is the air, the climate, the heat, the humidity, the cool, the cycles between heat and cool, the number of days that are above 50 degrees, the number of days that are above 100 degrees, the number of days that have a humidity that's above 80%, the number of intense heat days in a given 12-month cycle, a 365-day cycle. That's going to give you a character of whiskey that is completely different depending on where you go. Whether it's Gulf Coast of Texas, whether it's Appalachia, whether it's the High Plains, whether it's North Texas, whether it's California, wherever it's at. I mean, I imagine that California would have a very, very, very different flavor profile, especially around LA. Or even San Francisco, where San Francisco is always like 68 degrees or whatever it is. And it's the air is just juicy all the time. Or LA, where it's always 85 degrees and you don't get a huge fluctuation of temperature. Maybe it goes from 85 to 95. That's going to be dramatically different from someplace like Death Valley, where it goes from 140 down to 50 and back up to 140 in a day, every day. And it's dry and it's just dreadful all the time. Or Houston, where it goes like today was 68 degrees all day long. 2 weeks ago, it was as hot as 85 degrees and humid as, oh God, it was so humid and gross. Or in June, when it was just 90 degrees, just all the time. 90 degrees in June and July, 90 degrees all the time. And the only fluctuation you would have is the fluctuation in humidity. It would go between 75 and 85. It felt great when it was down as low as 75. God, it felt dry. Well, it felt like we were drying out. And granted, that's high humidity. That is, but in Houston, it was low. And when it's, 90 degrees and 70% humidity, you can tell the difference between 90 degrees and 85% humidity. Trust me. So anyway, terroir in the traditional sense doesn't mean nothing. But climate means everything, because that's where your whiskey is going to live most of its life. It's going to age. It's going to age for a year, 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, however long it sits in that barrel. It's going to sit in that barrel and it's going to experience that weather day after day after day after day after day. Corn does not experience nearly as long a life cycle as the whiskey experiences. The corn interacts with the soil for 3 months, 4 months. It gets all of its nutrients and everything out of the soil. The whiskey, however, will experience the climate for far longer than the corn. So in the traditional sense, terroir means nothing. But in the case of whiskey, when you're talking about the interaction with its environment, the climate means everything. So if you modify the meaning that you're playing with terroir, it makes a whole lot more sense. That's the end of the topic. No more. No, I'm kidding. We can talk about it more. I will work my way through the comments after we go through these last couple of topics. Where are we at? We are at 10:58. That was right about 13 minutes, which is perfect for our sip talks. Because what we do at the Texas Legends Whiskey Fest is I pour out a bunch of samples of whiskey. I have a couple of bottles up at the table in front of me, a bunch of sample cups. And people can come up and take a sip, take a sample. They go back down and sit, and I just talk. Just like what we just did. So it's very much like a happy hour. It's about 15 minutes. We just have some drinks. We have some talk. I take some questions. We chit chat, and it's cool. Last year, I talked about the relationship between IPA, beer, and rye whiskey. And it was more of a flavor thing than a history thing. And then I talked about Sasquatch and how we know Sasquatch doesn't exist. Because you can't exactly prove a negative, but you can disprove all of the things that are needed to create the positive. And that's how we know Sasquatch doesn't exist. Because, all the things that would give evidence for a Sasquatch to exist don't. So we know he doesn't exist. You don't have to disprove the null. You can disprove the evidence of the null. And if there's no evidence of the null, then you can just say, you know what? It's not a thing. We're good. So there you go. All right, so what's next? What was the next topic? Are we doomed? Are we doomed? Topic number 2. So this is a topic that came up. My son was in town over Thanksgiving. And of course, the topic comes up. He's in college. He talks to his friends. They do all the stuff, blah, 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 blah. The topic comes up. Hey, are we doomed? Like, how do we get through the next whatever 6 year? He's taking a climate change course. He's finally being introduced to the real world and the stuff that we see in the real world. As a kid, you get a fairly sheltered existence as a kid. You don't get introduced to bills until you're 18, 16, 17, 18. You don't get introduced to these things. You don't get introduced to your bills. You don't get introduced to logistics and travel and all this other stuff. Because it's not relevant to you as a 13-year-old, so you don't pay any attention to that. So, all of the pressures of life that he's finally getting exposed to, economics in the world writ large, politics in the world writ large, international politics, who's got the bombs, who doesn't have the bombs, what crazy people are taking over countries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And, innocently enough, the question comes up, Dad, so like for real, are we doomed? Like, can any of this stuff get dealt with? Can any of this stuff get addressed? Can any of this stuff get fixed? Now, let me tell you. Yes. All of this stuff can be dealt with. All of this stuff can be fixed. It doesn't have to be this way. We're not doomed. Far from it. Far from it. We have the biggest and best thing going for us as a people, as a country, as a worldwide community, whatever. We're big. There's a lot of us. And we're a big, messy family. And there's a whole lot of us, and we're all over the place, and we all have different systems of things, and we all have different values, and we all have different ways of looking at the world, and all have different, some of them are better than others, but they all work for us for the most part. Wherever we may be, they work for us for the most part. Our particular systems and our particular values and our particular processes that we go by. What works in Saskatchewan doesn't work in India, and what works in India doesn't work in Perth, and what works in Perth doesn't work in Indonesia, and what works in Indonesia doesn't necessarily work in Japan, etc., etc., etc. But what works for us, and what's the cool thing is the reason I don't. God dang, another commercial. This is like the fourth commercial. What are we? 30 minutes in? God dang, who is these people? Breathtaking colors and beautiful designs. Breathtaking colors and beautiful designs. It's a skippable ad, but I'm not going to skip it. Who is this? Diamond Art Club. Golly. All right. Shout out to Diamond Art Club. Thanks for dropping a nickel on my show. I appreciate it. Maybe not even a nickel. Thanks for dropping a penny on my show. I appreciate it. Thank you. So ultimately, some of us are doomed. Let's be honest. If the bomb gets dropped tomorrow, let's say, if everything goes to crap in the next 48 hours, hell, there was an attempted coup in South Korea yesterday, from what I've gathered from the news that I've gleaned. Yesterday, the day before, I can't. It's Korea, so it's a day ahead of us. So I think it was Monday, which was Sunday, maybe. Anyway, if everything goes to crap, let's face it, everybody over 30 is fucked. Y'all, we're not gonna make it. Everyone over 30 is pretty much done. You're all toast. Maybe 35. Maybe you got a fighting chance if you're between 30 and 35. But if you're 50, 55, 60, we'll be all right for the next 5 years or so. We'll be able to make our way through. If you make your way through the first 48 hours, you'll probably get through 5 years. But up to maybe 55. But you start breaking down. Your back starts to hurt. Your legs start to hurt. Your feet start to hurt. You wake up with headaches, and it's just, you're not gonna. You remember if you watched the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight, it was somewhere around the third or fourth round, I think. Jake Paul landed a couple shots on Mike Tyson, and you could see the switch flip on Mike Tyson when he was like, you could almost see him realize, like, I'm 60. I don't like getting hit anymore. You can almost see the light go off where he's like, I haven't been hit for 10 years. I don't like getting hit anymore. This sucks. And let's face it, you get to be about 55, 60 years old. You don't want to wake up on a cot anymore. You don't want to, especially if you've lived most of your life on a mattress, you don't want to be waking up on a bed of, dust and sand. You don't want to be doing all this shit, right? You want to be, you've earned the luxuries in life. I don't want to be persisting without air conditioning if I don't have to. That would suck. If everything goes to shit in the next 48 hours, I figure those of us who are over 40, If we get through the first 48 hours, we might make it through 5 years, but we're not going to want to. We're going to just dream of death. Sweet, sweet rest. You've lived 45 years, 50 years with not having hard labor. And now all of a sudden you're going to go from accounting to building fences and digging holes and come on, man. We are gonna dream of the icy cold hand of the Grim Reaper taking us to the great hereafter. We're gonna actively seek out fights. We're gonna be all like, yeah, y'all want to expand the territory? Come on, give me the club. Let's go. I'm gonna hopefully I'll maybe I'll survive, maybe not, but I'm gonna look good failing. Let's do it. But let the kids sleep on the let the kids sleep in the tents. Let the kids sleep in the cots. Let them rebuild civilization. We had our run. But the rest of us, is everyone else doomed? No, they'll be fine. We'll be fine. We're not a monolithic people. We're a bunch of different, some people will make it work. Some people will make it work and it'll be fine. If everything just goes to crap, if the electricity shuts off tomorrow, if we lose steam energy and whatnot. I mean, we wouldn't be able to support 350 million people in the United States without steam. I mean, come on. If you don't have electricity, you're going to lose, 2/3 of your population, 1/3 of your population? Like that. Just the food alone. You're not going to be able to feed everybody. We'll be on equal footing with everybody. So, yeah, I mean, some of us are doomed. But most of us are not. Most of us will be fine. We're not doomed. That's what I mean to say. We're not doomed. We'll figure out a way. We will figure out a path forward. We'll figure it out. If we fuck up the environment to the point where it will not support 6 billion people, 7 billion people, 8 billion, I don't know how many billion people. Hey Siri, how many people are alive on Earth today? Is it 8 billion? What is it? 8.2 billion people. Okay, thank you, Siri. You're very sweet. 8.2 billion people. If we fuck up the environment to the point where it can't support more than, say, 5 billion people. Like, most of those people are going to be in the northern hemisphere that it can't support. So, most of us are probably humped. But most of everybody, we'll be okay. I mean, they'll make it work in Brazil. They'll make it work in the southern part of Africa. They'll make it work in Australia. They'll make it work in India. India's going to lose a lot of people because they got a lot of people. So will China. They got a lot of people, so they're going to lose a lot of people. I mean, that's how it be. But are we doomed? As a world, as a people, as a species? Nah. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. There's no reason to feel... I don't think there's any reason to feel pessimistic. I don't think there's any reason to feel pessimistic as a people. I don't think there's any reason to feel pessimistic as a person. I don't think there's any reason to feel pessimistic as a species. I think, in general, even on a micro level, in Texas, for example, we have been fucking up our environment and mismanaging our economy and just screwing over our population for decades. And we are going strong as ever. We got plenty of time to keep screwing everybody up. It's working for us. We're making it work. Same way they're making it work in California. The same way they make it work in Alabama. I mean, granted, in the case of Alabama and Texas and Mississippi and places like that, we have big brothers and big sisters to help us out in other states like California and New York. But also, Texas is a big brother, big sister for a bunch of other states too. And the largesse of Texas helps to support places like Alabama and Mississippi. So it all works out. It all works out. Are we doomed? My son, I promise you, we're not doomed. We'll make it all work. That is the end of topic number 2. And on to topic number 3. And like I said, I am an infinitely deep, infinitely strong optimist. I will say that to anybody. We're not doomed. Things are going to work out. Things are going to work out. Quit being so freaking dramatic, you big sissy bitch. We're not doomed. It's going to be fine. Put on your big boy pants. Put on your tall boots. Get to walking. Let's go. No time. There's no time for pessimism. No time for pessimism. Get up. Quit wallering. On to topic 3. And topic 3, I am told, was, what have we lost with streaming services? That is what I've been told. That is what I believe it because I remember it. Okay, that was John Longshanks. What we've lost with streaming services. Okay, so this was another topic with my son. Another topic that we talked about with my son because my son has discovered a brand new hobby. He's 18. Don't be too hard on the boy. He's discovered records. Vinyl albums. You know, the things from the 1940s that are like round and have grooves of wax or vinyl or whatever. He's discovered records, music on records. He bought himself, with money that he got for his Christmas gifts, he went to Barnes & Noble and bought a record player. Not the record player that you had when you were a kid. He bought a record player that's Bluetooth enabled, so it can play on the scratchy speaker that it has on the record player itself, but it can also play 2 Bluetooth speakers, where no doubt the music is digitally remastered. And no, I'm kidding. But it can play to Bluetooth speakers. It can play to his headphones. It can play to your phone. It can play to wherever. In fact, you can play music from your phone to your Bluetooth enabled record player. So this is not at all like the record player you got from your mom and dad that, you know, is the big tabletop thing. It's actually it's small, like a briefcase. It's about the size of a desktop computer. This is not the Magnavox record player that you had when your parents were kids. When you were a kid, when your parents were kids, that, you know, are attached to the giant speakers that were 4 feet tall, and had the equalizer and the receiver and all the other stuff that was attached to. This isn't that record player. This is more like the record player that you had as a kid that played the Mickey Mouse records and the Superman records and stuff like that. You know, the 45s, the small ones. He bought the soundtrack to Bohemian Rhapsody, which also came with 2 records of Queen's greatest hits played live. So it was like a 3-album set, along with a Green Day record, which had, I think it was a 2-record set. Welcome to, who's that? Dabson? Welcome to the party, Dabson. Yes, I'm pretty sure that Tater the Crayola can play his records on the record player too. So he discovered this. He's into it. He loves the sound. He loves the thing. He also thoroughly enjoyed going to Barnes & Noble, which is a bookstore, but going to Barnes & Noble, going into the record aisle and flipping through the records and seeing what was available. And I told him, back when we were kids, they had whole stores. Sam Goody, Best Buy, half of Best Buy was albums, records, albums, CDs, tapes. Walmart had a huge musical selection. And you could get tapes, and they were on these big, like, plastic hangers. And you could, and I think it was Pearl Jam that first said, you know, we're not going to sell them with the plastic hangers anymore. And then they changed their entire aisle. Poof. Come to think of it, I don't think Tater the Crayola makes albums. I think he only does CDs. Too bad it's an 8-track. 8-track will never come back. All right, I'll get to. I see the comments coming through. I'll get to the comments in a minute. I promise. But I told him that this was a thing we used to do. We would go to record stores and we would just walk up and down the aisles and flip through the records. And the stuff wasn't just fed to you by the almighty algorithm. When Spotify could look at your search history and say, hey, you look like you're having a great day. Here's some peppy music for you. I think you would like this. Here's your feed. Enjoy the music. Or Spotify could look at your search history and go, oh, gee, you look depressed. Here's some sad music for you to drive right into your earballs. And also some information on how to make a noose and where the guns are available to buy for discount prices. The algorithm knows what you want. And with the streaming services, you don't get to go to the stores anymore. You don't get the opportunity to go to the stores and hang out with friends and talk to people and meet strangers and talk to the shop clerk who says, yeah, I heard this new band. They dropped off these tapes. You should try one. It's only $3. Take one home. You don't get to do that anymore. Spotify sure as hell isn't going to introduce you to any new bands. They're just going to introduce you to the same old guys. And based on your search history and based on what it knows you want, and trust me, they know what you want. The almighty algorithm knows what you want before you know what you want. And it's the same way with Netflix. It's the same way with Prime Video. It's the same way with Hulu. It's the same way with the almighty algorithm. Just feeds you. You never get the chance to go see something new or explore something different or try something new. We would go to Blockbuster. And rent movies. And there was an algorithm back then, without question. The algorithm was bestsellers. The stuff that everybody liked. Everybody participated in the same pop culture memes, the same popular movies, the same popular music, everybody participated in that. This is what's hot in this region. This is what's hot in the state. This is what's hot in the country. This is what the employees of Blockbuster think you would like. Here's the employee picks. And, Devin had terrible taste in movies. But every once in a while, he'd have some kind of quirky different thing. And you'd say, oh, okay, I'll try that. And yeah, every once in a while he hit. But you'd be in Blockbuster and you'd see your friend in Blockbuster and you would talk to your friend and you would get one movie, they would get the other movie, and you'd go to each other's house on Saturday and watch both of those movies because you could only rent one during the weekend. And that's a communal type of thing that we lose with the streaming services because you can just sit your ass down on the couch and get fed every single episode of Futurama. If you had to get up and change out the tape to watch the next Futurama, you wouldn't watch 14 episodes of Futurama in a row. You would get up off your ass and actually get some work done. He said to himself. If you had to get up and change the movie, you wouldn't watch the entire Star Wars series from the first movie of the first trilogy to the last movie of the last trilogy, including Rogue One and Solo and the Kenobi series and the Mandalorian series. You wouldn't watch any of that. You would watch the same Star Wars movie again and again and again and again and again because that's the movie that's in the CD player and you're too damn lazy to pull that CD out and get a different one. You would watch the same one 20 times. I know you would. Don't lie. So I'm saying what we lose with the streaming services is the variety. We lose the variety. We lose the communal nature. We lose the community of going to Cactus Records or Sam Goody or Star Records and walking up and down the aisle and seeing, oh God, I forgot all about this artist. This was a fun I don't know what happened to that tape. I'm going to go ahead and get it. I forgot Aerosmith even made that tape. Gonna get it. Poison had greatest hits album? They had enough greatest hits to fill an album? Okay, let's go for it. Why not? We lost that. We lost that with streaming services. And he's, fascinated on how you could get that back. I don't know how you get that back. I guess you get that back by going outside every once in a while and touching grass and talking to people, but I don't know how you get that back. But to a small extent, social media sites help, but I think to a larger extent they hurt because the almighty algorithm is feeding you information that the almighty algorithm is pretty sure you like, and they're pretty good at knowing what you like. This one. Yeah, that's better. They're pretty sure they know what you like. They're pretty good at it. That's why they make billions of dollars. They're pretty good at it. But if we relearn the skills of talking to strangers, being able to plop down at a bar, turn to the guy next to you and go, "Did you see the Astros game last night? Holy shit. 19 innings." The Astros aren't playing right now. It's football season. Did you see the Texans game this weekend? Oh my God, they crapped the bed. It wasn't this week. It was last. Yeah, it was this. I don't know. Did they play this weekend? I don't know, but I know the University of Houston football Cougars played on Saturday, and they crapped the bed against Utah. It was almost a close game, but then they gave up the ghost. Texas A&M played on Saturday. The premier football game in the state of Texas. The premier rivalry in the state of Texas. Fantastic game. Exciting, fun to watch. Being able to sit down next to a stranger and talk about these things. Back when, half the country wasn't weird. And the other half of the country didn't think the other half of the country, like both halves of the country think the other half's weird. The truth is half the country is weird. It's just not the half you think it is. I mean, they're weird. The dating sites prove it. But go back to the previous topic. We're not doomed. We're not doomed. Eternal optimist. The dating sites have figured it out. They put you together and they say, look, you're weird the same way this person's weird. You two should go rub your weirdness together and see what happens. Dating sites have got it figured out. They get people together and then they get them out to go do things, to go listen to records and drink coffee and talk about stuff that isn't on the internet, because the internet's not real. The internet is not real, people. I don't know who needs to hear this. I don't know how many of y'all need to be told this, but the internet's not real. Diss tracks don't matter. Dropping a response album doesn't matter. Nobody cares. That's not fucking real. None of that shit's real. Beefs on YouTube aren't real. None of this stuff matters. You getting in a fight on a comment section doesn't fucking matter. It's not a real thing. That's not a conversation. That's not real life. Go. Drink a coffee with a stranger. Sit down at a stranger's table and say, "Hey, did you see, I don't know what's on TV anymore. Did you see the last episode? Oh, I just saw an ad today, Skeleton Crew on Disney Plus. Did you see that? I don't even know what that's about. Do you? Tell me about it." Talk to strangers. We don't need to worry about their candy and their trucks. We're grown-ass adults. We're not getting candy out of vans anymore. Go talk to a stranger. They're probably not going to kidnap you. You're too fat to get thrown in a trunk anyway. Trust me, you're Americans. You're too fat. And even if you aren't Americans, you're probably too fat. Or the trunk's too small. I mean, European cars are too damn small to fit a whole person in the trunk anyway. So you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I mean, Jesus, this chick, the news has been all of Twitter about this chick who just noped out and went to Mexico. She comes back from Florida, dips out on her flight from LA to New York, leaves her phone behind, and just says, "Fuck it, I'm going to Mexico for the rest of my life. Suck it, bitches." And everybody's like, how can she just walk away from everything? How can she walk away from everything? Have you seen everything? That's how she can walk away from everything. She's seen it. She's read books and read the papers and listened to the radio. And she's like, you know what? I'm done. I'm fucking done. If people used to have the guts to do this shit, that's how we settled the West. People in New York and in Indiana and Ohio were like, I'm fed up with this shit. And that was in the 1800s. They were like, I'm done. I'm out. And they put down their cell phone. Well, their tin cans, whatever they used to communicate with back then. And they were like, you know what? Load up the wagon, Bertha. We're fucking going to Wisconsin. They just noped out. We're not doomed. That's the previous topic. We're not doomed. We got a future. We're good. There's plenty of people who are ready to nope out. They're just ready to dip on society in general and say, you know what? I'm going to Mexico. I'm I'll leave my phone behind. I'm going to go to Mexico. I'm going to go talk to strangers in bars. Just talk to strangers in coffee shops. I'm going to talk to strangers in Walmart. You know, you can sit there and look at the dude unloading his groceries next to you in the Kroger parking lot and be all pissed off because he's going slow. Or you can help him unload his groceries and then take his cart and move it out of the way, because that's going to get you out of the parking lot faster than just being a grouchy old bastard. So quit being a grouchy old bastard. Go out and be a decent person. That's how we're not doomed. And that's what we lost with social media, with streaming services and social media. We lost the that muscle of not being grouchy bastards. It's way too easy to be a grouchy bastard on social media. Way too easy to be a grouchy bastard. So don't do it. Put in the effort. Be a better people. There we go. On to comments. Do we have a video for a word from our sponsor yet? Clarence, do we have a word from our sponsor? No. And I also do not have an earpiece. Got it. Okay. Give me a 30-second intermission. I'll be right back. Maybe one day, and we're back. I think maybe one day I will do a tour of the pandemic studio here at the Old Humble Distilling Company. But that is going to require a new rig for my phone, or a light for my phone, and the microphone set that I will be getting because our December monetization check is on us. Just $100. It's nothing, no big deal. We made $200 on our channel this year, $217. We still have the rest of December to go. So thank you all for your support. I super duper appreciate it. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell. And even more importantly, go to oldhumbledistilling.com right here. Order your whiskey from oldhumbledistilling.com. Get it sent to your house. Must be 21 to receive the package. But very thankful for all the support this year. My shorts have fueled most of the growth and most of the revenue on the channel. And that is going to allow me now to do more things in 2025, including several commercials. I'm going to work with a particular influencer to make some cocktail commercials for the channel. I'm going to be making some longer form videos in between shorts and the lives. The lives go 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever. But like the moderate length, the 5 to 8 minute moderate length videos, get back to some of the whiskey roots, maybe do a few whiskey adjacent skits. Fun stuff I hadn't done since college. But I'm going to be able to get a microphone and a lamp for my phone, which will allow me to make videos at the distillery itself. I'm also going to be getting air conditioning put into the tasting room, which is super exciting. I mean, I'll be able to stay open and comfortable all year long instead of closing down in August and basically not being open in July. So super duper excited about all that stuff. Big thanks to all the new subscribers who've come to the channel in the last year. My goal this year was to hit, I think, 4,000, and I think my goal this year was 3,000, and we are on the verge of touching 4,500. So thank you all to the new subscribers. Thank you to the big supporters. Thank you to our super fan, Mr. Jigs. Thank you to everyone who's done super chats. And always, 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 super chats go to the front of the line as I begin the process of working my way through an hour of commentary. Whew. All right, let's do this thing. I'm going to turn on the timestamps on my screen here so I can scroll back up and see how far behind I am on chats. But let's go. Early on in the game, Paul, let's adjust the camera here so that's above me. There we go. Good. Paul, all right, that was the first comment. That's where we start. On we go. Next comment. I was pouring some of the special reserve for Paul. Cheers, Paul. That's a hell of a pour. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Next, lost so much sleep listening to Art Bell. Art Bell, Coast to Coast. I don't think I ever actually listened to Art Bell. He had a time traveler episode. I know of Art Bell, and I'm pretty sure I've heard some of his shows. I never really listened to it. It's like Howard Stern. You know it exists. I've never listened to Howard Stern's show either. So onward. I know he's a fixture. I think he was the late 80s, early 90s. I know he's a fixture of AM radio, but again, I listen to FM radio. Have I decided when I'm going to make some gin? Gin will be in the first quarter of 2025. I have some projects ahead of it that have to be done before. Okay, we're good with the light. Both of the lights, by the way, are shining directly. They're like directly into my eyes. That's why I have the dark shades. If you look in the reflection of my sunglasses, you can see the actual monitor that I'm looking at. There's the Twidget over there. There's the YouTube feed over there. This is the OBS feed. That's the chat feed. Y'all can see what I'm watching in front of me. And you can see this light is right there, and this light is right here. They're both like right into my eyeballs. And there's another light right here behind me that's on the screen and back. Like I said, I should do a tour of the Pandemic Studio. It's a filthy mess right now because I still haven't cleaned up from 2021 and 2022 when I slept in here. I haven't cleaned up. I really need to clean up my office. I've cleaned up this mess back here and cleaned it out. I need to put like a bookshelf or something back here and another bookshelf. I have a space for a bookshelf over there just to get stuff up and out and moved. But in due time. Sorry. So what was the question? Have I decided to make some gin? I have decided to make some gin. I am almost satisfied with the recipe that I have for the gin. It will feature lavender and sage and of course juniper and other flavors. Grapefruit for the citrus flavor. And again, I am drinking our Boomtown Bourbon, award-winning Boomtown Bourbon, best in the West. In fact, here's my gold medal award for the Boomtown Bourbon. It's very shiny, isn't it? So yeah, first quarter 2025. It will probably have a spring release. Because we did the vodka in November. So November, December, January, February, maybe February. It might be February. February gin, and then 2 months after that, 3 months after that would be the whiskey, and then 3 months after that would be the rum, and then 3 months after that would be October, which should be the absinthe. Yeah. Absinthe, baby. Name for the absinthe is going to be Raven. It's going to be an October release. Edgar Allan Poe and Stephen F. Austin fusion right there with the absinthe, because Sam Houston, rather. Sam Houston's nickname was Raven. He was the Raven. And of course, Edgar Allan Poe uh, of Edgar Allan Poe fame, who famously died on Election Day, wrote The Raven. It's going to be a whole thing. I've got this whole like marketing thing planned out. I just need to be able to have the absinthe planned and everything, like, you know. Anyway, yeah. So gin, first quarter 2025, probably around Valentine's Day. Next. we're gonna do that every time it's time to go. Top Shelf Dustin. Cheers, Dustin. Welcome to the party. I owe you a bottle of whiskey. Shades of the Cowboy Hat doing a stream. We have officially walked into alternative universe. I never knew we needed. Dude, I wear this every damn stream. I wear this, unless it's the live ones during the day when I'm actually at the distillery. What are you, new here? Come on, man. You've been around before. Next. Paul Duncat. Keck? I don't know what that means. Next. So what is a non-working office? Is it like a top post office or a top post office or a well, a non-working office is like, you know, what most houses have. Like, that's the office, but nobody actually works out of their office. It's just it's just like a sitting room. It has a desk. My mom has an office in her house. You know what she does in her office? She plays solitaire and mahjong on her computer. That's it. She has a desk. I guess she pays her bills in there. That's where she actually writes checks. But I mean, she hasn't worked. She's retired. She's been retired for years. She hasn't worked in that office. I mean, it's technically an office, technically a working office, but yeah, she hasn't worked in that office. It's not a working office. This is a working office. I actually work in this office. I do my newsletter here. It's either here or at the kitchen table. I'll do the newsletter, update the books, make my emails, do all my stuff here. I can also do it at the kitchen table, depending on my mood, if I want to work at the kitchen table or work in here. It's until 2 weeks ago, it was loud working at the kitchen table because my kid's fish tank was low on water, so it sounded like somebody pissing in the corner the whole damn time I was working at the kitchen table. So I do more work in here. But now it's quiet because they filled it up with water again. So I can work in the kitchen. I can work in here. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm any more productive out there than I am in here. Because, you know, I'll like work 2 or 3 hours at a stretch and go off and do something, come back, work 2 or 3 hours at a stretch, go off and do. I'll like work in the mornings here for 2 or 3 hours, 3 or 4 hours, from about 7 to noonish. And then around noon, I'll go eat lunch and then pack everything up and go to the office, the distillery office, and work in the distillery and open up the shop at 2 and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's kind of like the flow of my day. So, yeah, that's why I call this a working office. I actually do work. I report this on my taxes as a home office where I actually do office work and take a deduction. So there. Next. On time. On time post office. Gotcha. Next. Hi from Illinois, Paul Duncat, Illinois. Illinois, one of our 6 states. My goal for 2025, for what it's worth, we're available in 46 states. Every state except Utah, South Dakota, Michigan, and Tennessee at the moment. Tennessee will probably be back on that list before the end of 2025. But my goal for 2025 is to sell whiskey in the remaining 40 states that we're available in. So Illinois has been done. Illinois, Arkansas, Florida, Ohio, Indiana, and of course Texas. I've sold whiskey in Texas. I think it was to Midland, if I'm not mistaken. But the goal in 2025 is to sell it in the other 40 states. And, you know, I think I like my chances. I like my chances a lot. Next up. A whiskey company went bankrupt doing it. Doing what? Had a whiskey company went bankrupt. A vodka company just went bankrupt. Smirnoff Smirnoff? No. Stolichnaya just went bankrupt. They own Kentucky Owl. You got to be elaborate on this. I don't know I don't remember the context. Elaborate. I don't know what we were talking about. Or was this during the Terroir discussion? Or a whiskey company went bankrupt? Tell me more. Give me more context, Dustin. Next. Oh, it was to talk about the corn, the specialty corn. Maybe. Okay. Going from farm to bottle with the corn. Maybe so. All right. Next up, number 2 yellow dent. Number 2 corn is number 2 corn. Number 2 yellow dent corn. That is the type of corn that goes on your plate. Actually, it's also the kind of, if they dry it, it becomes field corn, but it's corn. Corn is corn. Next. Distillery has done just that and made whiskey from about 10 different farms in Ireland. So you can give it a shot. Oh, yeah. Let me finish the comment. Then the new makes were different. The final product after aging it, in barrels. Yeah. And there are distilleries that have contract farms where they control the corn that goes from they control the corn. It goes from the farm to the mill to their distillery. They control the whole process from the farm to the bottle. Absolutely. What I'm saying is it's a gimmick. It's a marketing gimmick. It's not, it doesn't, the corn they're getting from Farmer Jack is the same corn they'd get from Farmer Carl. It's the same corn they'd get from anywhere else. It may be their heirloom variety corn, whatever, but it's still just corn. It's just corn. And they can do it. Distilleries absolutely do it. They do it here in the United States. They're like, this is our 10-acre farm that we grow the corn on, and we harvest the corn twice a year, and that's the corn that fuels our distillery. And it's just corn. I appreciate the artisanship. I appreciate the artistry and craftsmanship and all the shit that goes into all that. But, you know, Balcones makes a blue corn bourbon, I think, a blue corn whiskey. Garrison Brothers, I think, does that. It's a lively debate among Texas distillers, but I'm willing to be convinced. I'm just not. I haven't been. Like, nobody has shown any evidence whatsoever that corn from place A is special and corn from place B is not. It's just corn. It's just corn. Show me a blindfold taste test. I want to see it. And shout out to Opulent Autumn, who is a advertiser on our channel. Opulent Autumn, thank you for supporting small channels and small creators. Absolutely appreciate it. Next, who's up next? Paul Doomcat Premium. Here, you'll never know the ads. Well, YouTube appreciates you, and I appreciate you too for being here. It matters. It absolutely does. Next, ad block. The only way to internet. I have seen so many ads in the last 2 weeks for Pi. Download Pi, block ads and get paid for it. Ugh. Pi. Next. In your opinion, IMO, the Rick House and the smell of the area around the distillery and parts. Oh, huge. Absolutely huge. The Rick House is the location of the Rick House. If you have a Rick House that's in fields of lavender, you imagine how different that whiskey is going to taste than a Rick House that's in fields of tobacco, or a Rick House that's in fields that's across the street from a landfill, or a Rick House that's in on the coast, a saltwater coast versus a lake water coast, a freshwater coast. It without question. But that's the atmosphere, that's the air, that's the climate. That's the stuff where the whiskey lives is going to affect the flavor of the whiskey in ways that the soil of the corn couldn't ever hope to do. Next. Are we doomed? Doom! No, we're not doomed. Booyah. Yellowstone is a super volcano I'm likely far enough away from that the blast would just be dust. Okay, so that's a perfect example there of things that could just, go completely tits up in the next, 48 hours. We don't know if Yellowstone it's probably not going to. But if it did, we wouldn't know it until it did, and then we'd all be fucked. And yeah, it's just going to be mostly, by the time it gets to wherever the hell we are, you're in Illinois, I'm in Texas. By the time it gets all the way down here, we're not going to be directly affected by the supervolcano. We'll be affected by the climate shift. We'll be affected by probably a significant cratering of our economy, because that would be Wyoming? Yellowstone's in Wyoming, right? It's on the left side of Wyoming. So we're talking about Wyoming, Montana, South Dakota, North Dakota, a significant chunk of our food growing belt there in the middle part of the country. Yeah, that'd be bad. That's not going to be bad enough to collapse everything. That's not shit hitting the fan. That's just going to be a bad couple of years. A really bad couple of years. A bad 5 to 10 years. But, we'll as a people, as a nation, we'll recover from that over the course of a decade. We'll still feel the effects of it, I think, over the course of a decade. Like a depression type problem. But because that's going to be way bigger than Mount St. Helens was. Mount St. Helens didn't affect anybody anywhere except for Washington State. It affected Washington State bad, but it didn't affect growing seasons and stuff like that. But Yellowstone blowing, I think that's supposed to affect growing seasons. I think we'll be all right. It'll the doomiest and gloomiest predictions that I think I've ever seen with regard to Yellowstone has been something like a 10-year horizon, where it just messes everything up, screws with the everything in the northern hemisphere, screws with growing seasons, screws with food production, screws with the economy. But by year 5 or 10, between 5 and 10 years, everything gets back to normal. So that's not lose a third of your population bad. That's not lose electricity bad. That's not lose steam power bad. That's just a wet willy, and it sucks, but we'll live. Next. When did you like get? This is another one of those comments where I know what all the words mean, but I don't know what the comment means because I don't remember the context. This was after Are We Doomed? Or was it during Are We Doomed? Because if this has to do with Doomed, I don't know. Next. Why do I want to die being over 40? Oh, you don't. If you have all the creature comforts of civilization, you absolutely don't want to die if you're over 40. But I'm just saying, if you lose all your creature comforts, there's a reason why after a certain age you don't go tent camping anymore. There's a reason why after a certain age you don't want to go in a pop-up camper anymore. You want a whole RV. There's a reason why you don't want to go in the RV anymore and you want to have an actual freaking B&B. There's a reason why you don't even want to just go anywhere anymore, because it's just like, I got my own bed. There's a reason for all this stuff. We like our creature comforts. We don't want to, there comes a point, Mike Tyson was like, I don't want to get hit. I'm old enough. I don't have to put up with this shit anymore, man. I'm a grown ass. I'm retired. I'm a wolf who wants to explore the horizon, but I've got a couch. Man, my back hurts. And this lady in my house feeds me treats. I think I'm going to stay home. There's a reason why people, enlisted men retire when they're 35. There's a reason why you either get promoted to being an officer or you retire. He's like, I don't want to go to some place that has no air conditioning and I have to sleep in the dirt. Fuck that. I retire. I'm going to stay home and sell insurance. Screw that shit. Anyway, next. What's wrong with manual labor? Nothing's wrong with manual labor for the right age. There comes a point. We just like, God damn, I don't want to do this shit anymore. It's hard work. That's what's bad about manual labor. It's hard work. Next. Your life clock is flashing. So it's time for the carousel. Something like that. I agree. Something to that effect. Whew. Next. Climate change is having a far worse impact on the southern. Oh, it is. It's having an impact on the southern hemisphere too. But there's fewer people in the southern hemisphere, so nobody gives a shit about the southern hemisphere. It's not true. Brazil's beautiful. Australia's beautiful. I mean, it's having a big impact on the southern hemisphere, but it's not having as big an impact on the population in the southern hemisphere because the population in the southern hemisphere isn't as large as the population in the northern hemisphere. So it's having a larger impact on the population in the northern hemisphere because most of the population in the northern hemisphere. Man, that's what I mean. Anyway, next. And Australia is the first country that's going to die off because they don't have water. They'll figure out a way to make it work. There's far fewer Australians than there are Indonesians. They'll figure out how to make it work. If anybody can figure out how to make Australia work for Australians, it's Australians. I mean, I think there's only like 25 million people in the whole damn country. Of course, they all live on the coast, and some of them live in Perth. But there's not that many people in Australia. Next. Plus, everything in Australia wants to kill you, so they're already pretty tough. Next. Lol. Tyler Daspin. What's that at the top? Oh, that's just Tyler the Creator. So this is a reference to one of the shorts that I've made recently. Actually, it was the most popular short that I've made this week. It's gotten something like 2,500 views. Last week, right before Thanksgiving, I had two that got 20,000 views or 10,000 views each, like right before Thanksgiving or right after Thanksgiving. I can't remember. This one was done on Monday, and apparently some dude named Tyler the Creator dropped a response track to his haters, and my commentary was, so? Who gives a fuck? What? Is it any good? That's the question. Is it any good? Is it any good? Because that's how you drop a response to your haters. You make a track that's good. Anyway, so welcome to the party, Dasman. Glad to have you. Hope you hit the subscribe button. Hope you liked the video. Hope you did all the things that you're supposed to do that I'm, as a YouTube creator, supposed to tell you to do. I do appreciate it. And also, as a reminder, I am a whiskey man with a YouTube channel. I'm not a YouTuber who makes whiskey. That's my job. That's what I do on a daily basis, on a regular basis. I make and sell whiskey with the Old Humble Distilling Company. That's me. I'm not a content. Well, I am a content creator, but most of the content I create go in those bottles. I'm not a YouTuber with a distillery. I'm a distiller with a YouTube channel. So I appreciate your support. I appreciate you coming out. I appreciate you being on the channel and doing all the things that you're supposed to do, hitting the like button, hitting the notification bell, dropping super chats for $25. Doing all the things. Thanks for coming to the party. Appreciate it. Cheers. Next. Can you play Tyler the Creator? And again, I don't think Tyler the Creator makes albums. I'm pretty sure he has only done CDs and MP3s. MP3s? Streamed music, whatever. I don't know what the kids do these days. But I'm pretty sure Tyler the Creator did not make albums for his latest response track. And I have taken to calling him Tater the Crayola. Because I thought that really, really, really showcased how out of touch I was. Okay, anyway, where are we, by the way? That was, if I'm not mistaken, all derivative. I'm scrolling back through chat to try and find where this is. This is 11:14. Oh, I'm only 45 minutes behind chat. Okay, cool. Next. Who? Tyler the Creator is a very popular young hip hop. Would you call it hip hop? Is it rap, hip hop? I don't think he's a rapper. Is he a rapper? Let's call him a rapper. He's a very popular young rapper. Next. On we go. Never Top Shelf. Dustin's never heard of Tyler the Creator. He's got some, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. He's popular among the kids. From what I gather. Next. Too bad 8-tracks will never come back. Okay, so 8-tracks were before my time. My dad had 8-tracks. We did have one car that had an 8-track player. The Kathunk was so satisfying as long as you didn't want to repeat the song you just heard. And the Kathunk would be it going into the tape deck, the 8-track player. I never owned an 8-track player in my life. That was not a thing that was before my time. My time was albums, tapes, CDs, MP3s, then converting all of my CDs to MP3s, then getting everything through the Apple Store. And now it's basically just streamed because I don't want to fuck with it. I still have CDs in a briefcase because I'm Gen X. I have a box of CDs and video cassettes over here. I have video games. You know how you kids download everything from Steam now? I have those games over here in actual... I don't want to see that one. Company of Heroes. A World War II squad battle game. This isn't a first-person shooter. This is I think it counts as a second-person command game. Also have Emmanuel in America. It's an uncensored version. It's good old-fashioned porn. I don't even remember having that, to be quite honest. Lords of the Realm 3. Homeworld 2. I don't even remember that fucking game. This is the pictures from the Houston Marathon. Do I have... This is, see if this shows up on the camera. That is me actually finishing the Houston Marathon, and that is the picture from the finish line. That's me. You can see I'm the shirtless one right there. Right there. That's me finishing the marathon. It's grainy because that's just the actual photo is on the CD. You can't see it obviously because it's on the CD, but I don't even know how to get to that anymore. So. Yeah. Back in the 90s. Jesus, I don't even know if we have a Civilization 2. Civ 2. What's this other one? Space Bucks. Yeah. Games on compact discs. Honestly, I don't even know if Emmanuel in America would play on the Xbox DVD player. I'm gonna check that out. See if it works. But yeah, 8-tracks were before my time. We converted everything at some point to see, and now computers don't even have CD players anymore. So we had readable CDs, readable, writable CD players. I have a stack of CDs upstairs, a stack like that, blank one. I was like, for $10, I can get like 100 CDs and I can just copy music. Yeah. Anyway, next. You've never... Okay, so they've never heard of... I've heard of Tyler, the Creator. And he is a respectable performer. Tyler Durden? Golly. Next. Different genre. Debbie Gibson. God. I was wondering what music had to do with streaming. Now I see. I have zero connection to the Spotify stuff. Yeah, and that's the thing. We listen to Spotify going all the way up from Huntsville to Sherman, Texas, which is about a 5-hour drive. And everything in the Spotify stream was basically music from the 90s and early 2000s. Because I had set it up on a Green Day playlist. So it was playing stuff related to Green Day, contemporaries of Green Day. And it was just, feeding it out there. And that was what they were doing. And it was nothing new, nothing avant-garde, nothing modern. No modern sounds like Green Day. No bands today that are related to Green Day. Nothing. It was just all from that slice of America from that time period. No connection. Netflix. Bro. I spent forever finding something to watch. That is another thing you can do on Netflix, is just scroll through the movies and say, what. And that was something in the early days of Netflix. You could set up your movie queue, and you'd set up a queue, and they'd send you the discs, right? So you'd have a list of like 50 movies that you would never get to, because you get 3 movies at a time, and you'd watch those movies 1 week at a time. So you'd get 3 movies every week. And every week you would add like 4 or 5 or 6 movies to your queue. So your queue would continue to grow, but your movies, you could only ever watch 3 movies at a time. But your queue would continue to grow. And it was this infinite obligation that you would feel that you would have to, you'd have to sit down and watch them. You feel this obligation. And because you had the movies, and they would just sit there on your TV for free, just sit there on your little entertainment center, because that's what we used to have, entertainment centers, and they would just sit there, and you'd feel this nagging obligation that you're supposed to watch the movie. You have to watch the movie. Why haven't you watched the movie? Then you watch the movies, and you go to Netflix and go, oh, I remember that movie. That movie looks good. That movie looks good. And then when the movie finally comes, you're like, ugh, I don't really want to watch this movie, but I ordered this movie, so I guess I should watch it. But now they automatically play the next one on the list. You can be watching, hey, we think you might like this movie. It starts in 5, 4, 3, bom, 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 whatever the sound is that Netflix makes. Anyway, yeah, you can. We used to sit there. We had some friends that would come over, and when we had DirecTV, we would go to the DirecTV stream, and instead of watching the movies on demand, we would scroll between the movies on demand and read the description and try to guess the ratings that the movies got on Rotten Tomatoes. That was the game we would play. So instead of watching the actual movie to entertain ourselves, because we could never decide on a movie to watch because there were 4 of us, instead of actually deciding to watch a movie, we would scroll between the movies, read the descriptions, and try to guess the rating. Fun times. Way better than a board game. Way better than actually streaming the movie. We were having fun as friends, as a group. It was fun. Thoroughly entertaining. Next. What do you have against? I have nothing against him. That's the answer. And I'm going to ask, why do you care? I mean, is he your cousin? Is he your brother? Is he your next door neighbor? Did you loan him money? Why do you care? Why? Who cares? Why does everyone have to like Tyler the Creator? Why does everyone have to like him? Who cares? Some people just don't have to care. Some people don't feel an obligation to care. It's just, he's making music. Good for him. Let him do his thing. Why does it have to be a response track or a diss track? Why does it have to be a fake beef? Why can't he just make fucking music? Why can't he just make music? Let him make his music. If you like his music, make his music. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Consume it. It's his music. He's giving it to you. Enjoy it. Oh, but he's destroyed his critics with the latest release of his new. He hasn't destroyed anybody. He hasn't done shit. He's just made music. He's entertained people. It's fun. Be entertained. What do you care? If anyone even does have anything against Tyler the Creator, who cares? Let them be their people. Let him be his people. Let him make his music. Who gives a shit? Fucking fake internet beefs oh God, they drive me crazy. Who cares? Oh, he's responded to all of his haters with the latest track. Is it any good though? Is it any good? Because that's the important thing. Not that he responded, but did he respond with something good? Because if you responded by, blowing into the mouth of a duck and squeezing it, is that really notable? Who gives a shit? The Tater the Crayola can do whatever he wants. And Prime, they have anything. I can't even find for the free stuff. You can't find the free stuff on Prime? No, I mean, nobody does anything without ads now, but keep looking. Next. After Netflix lost Stars, it never was the same. Where did Stars end up going? I remember we had a subscription, I think, at one point through Prime. I don't know. I don't really care either. Next. You never bought the 24 box set because, yes, I did watch a whole season in 2 settings. Yes, my man. You got to get up and change those CDs, though, man. That's the thing. I was never that dedicated. Like, I gotta stretch. I gotta go do stuff. It's been 6 hours. I do have the box set of the original trilogy of the first and second trilogies of Star Wars, the original and the prequel. I do not have the box set of all 9 movies, but I have Rogue. Do I have the box set of all 9 movies? I know I have the first 6 and Rogue One. I don't know if I have all 9. I'm going to have to double check and see. I might have all 9. I am quite the fanboy. I like Star Wars a lot. Next. Never watched a movie twice? Never watched a movie twice? Jesus Christ. I've seen Smokey and the Bandit at least a dozen times. I've watched Serenity probably a half dozen times. I've seen, oh God, how do you not enjoy something more? That's like saying I've only ever eaten a meatball sub once. It tasted good that one time. I'm satisfied. I ate a steak once. It was great. I don't need to have another one. I mean, come on. I've watched the same comedian, the same act from the same comedian 3 times. It's fun. It's entertaining. And even if you know the joke, even if you know the punchline, how do you not be entertained? How do you not? I mean, I know people will be like, yeah, I've been to the Grand Canyon. I saw it. they have no need to go back. How do you do that? Never watch the same movie twice? I mean, Jesus, I go watch a movie in the theater by myself before I take my kids to go watch it, because my kids have this amazing superpower. My kids and my wife, everyone I live with, have this amazing superpower. Like, they can be perfectly engaged with a movie. Perfectly engaged with a movie. Up into the point of like critical climax of the movie. And when it comes to that point where like Darth Vader is telling Luke, I'm your father, search your feelings, whatever it is. Like, when it gets up to that point, they'll lean over and go, that guy's hat is really dirty. And it just like completely disengages you from the entire experience, right? You're like in there, you're engaged, you're in universe, whatever. You're there, you're involved, you're plugged in, like you're part of the universe that they've been building and building and building to this crescendo. And then some shithead who shares half your DNA leans over and goes, I farted. And you're like, what is going on? Why are you bothering me? I'm watching a movie. God, if I wouldn't relate to these people or love them or anything, God, they just like, pfft. So that said, I go and watch a movie that I want to see before I take my family to go see it, so that I won't be disturbed while I can like watch it. I can plug in and watch the movie, be in the zone and watch the movie. And then I'll take them to see the movie with me, because then they could be all like, I think I'm going to go get some popcorn. And you're like, this is the scene where Obi-Wan Kenobi gets killed. What is wrong with you? This is the scene of the movie. This is the movie. This is the whole thing right here. And you want to tell me, I can't pause this movie and go back and watch that again. And even if I could, like, you took me out of the moment. I love my wife. I love my kids. They're wonderful. But they have a superpower, this amazing superpower. They can detect a critical climax of a movie coming and prepare to ruin it as it comes. Without fail. They're like climax seeking missiles, and they will blow up your experience as you're watching it. I don't know. Yeah. Hey, can you go let the dog in? Like, no, I can't let the dog in. I'm engaged. Oh, you ruined it. I'm done being engaged now. I guess I'll watch this some other day. Get off my lawn. Damn kids. Anyway, I don't know how you've never watched a movie twice. You're a weirdo. Onward. I've only ever eaten one steak. Why do most Gen X and boomers refuse to listen to new music and then say the music has no story or taste? Well, I can't speak for most, because I like listening to new music. I like listening to music today. I do. I thoroughly enjoy the sound of music today. I don't think it's as good. I think it's homogenized. I don't. What I liked from my youth is that there were regional sounds. East Coast sounded different from West Coast. Miami, Orlando, Gulf Coast, Texas, Central Texas, North Texas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Muscle Shoals, Mississippi, Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, Kentucky Bluegrass, Ohio Valley Bluegrass, New York rock, LA rock, East Coast rap, West Coast rap, Philly's R&B, smooth R&B, Philly sound. Oh my God, so just leathery and beautiful. The stuff out of Detroit, the stuff out of the Northwest, Seattle and Oregon, the stuff coming out of Minneapolis, the stuff coming out of the Twin Cities, the stuff coming out of just all the Branson, even all the different sounds from all over the country. This cornucopia of different sounds. But now Beyonce sounds as much like Taylor Swift as Tyler the Creator. It's all the same sound. It's this homogenized sound. It's all the same. And I know Beyonce's a different style than Taylor Swift, but if you listen to them both, Katy Perry, Taylor Swift, Beyonce, they all sound the same. And I know there's differences. And if you dig into it, it's different, but the differences between Beyonce and Taylor Swift are not nearly as great as the difference between Lynyrd Skynyrd and Creedence Clearwater Revival. Or the Rolling Stones and the Beatles. And granted, that was before my time. That was the 70s, 60s, and 70s, way before my time of the late 70s and 80s. But, when you have Depeche Mode and Poison at the same time on the radio, when you have Quiet Riot and Lynyrd Skynyrd at the same time on the radio, Def Leppard and Bryan Adams at the same time on the radio, vastly different sound, vastly different music in the same genre of rock or pop or whatever you want to call it. I don't mind listening. I enjoy listening to new music. I just wish they would actually make new music and not auto-tuned, homogenized noise. That's not fair. It's not noise. Auto-tuned, homogenized sound. They just sound... I mean, Beyonce's Carter album. That was somebody trying to do... It sounded like a synthesized country music album. It sounded like... It sounded like Europeans playing baseball. It's not their sport. You know what I mean? Baseball is not a European sport, and the Europeans playing baseball, it's not their thing. It's them trying to make it like synthetic meat, that near meat, that what's it called? The impossible meat. It tastes like meat, but it doesn't taste like meat. It tastes like meat. It tastes like meat trying to be meat. It tastes like something trying to be meat. Meat flavored tofu. It's not meat. It's like meat. It tastes literally like meat. Beyonce made an album, whatever it went, multi-platinum, whatever, just blew up, insane. Top of the charts for 10 weeks. But it wasn't the thing that she was trying to make. It was the thing like a thing she was trying to make. Like synthesized honey, synthesized blueberries. It was like it, but not it. That banana flavoring, you don't know. There was a candy that was banana flavored, and it tasted like bananas. But it doesn't taste like bananas. It tastes like bananas. See what I mean? I don't have a problem with new music. I don't have any problem with new music. But it doesn't sound like new music. It sounds like the same music with a different beat, with a different voice, with a different... It's the same fucking music. They're just making the same music. Again and again and again and again and again and again and again. I mean, Jesus Christ. Mumble rap is just mumble rap. I mean, that's what was so great when Eminem came out with his new album. It sounded like something different that hasn't been done except for by Eminem. It was great. It was fucking amazing. It was a breath of fresh air. Nobody else does anything like Eminem. But even he did something like Eminem. It was like the music that he makes. It's just like nothing else that anybody else is making. But, I mean, I was listening. There was something on the radio today. It was just a fucking TikTok loop going on and on and on and on. I ain't something, baby. Like, ugh, fuck, this is just a TikTok song. again and again and again and again and again. The same resynthesized crap. And I have, again, no problem whatsoever. Gen X, not boomer. No problem listening to new music. Just not, it's so rare to hear new music. And Jesus, Ed Sheeran makes new stuff. That's fun to listen to. Sometimes Taylor comes out with new stuff when she, good. I'm trying to think of other artists that are like actually Ram Jam. Holy crap. Black Betty? And that's not a new music, but that broke through in the last 4 years. And it sounded fantastic because we haven't heard anything like that in decades. It breaks through and it blows up and it sounded fantastic. It was amazing. The White Stripes making different stuff, new, interesting, fun music that has broken through again recently in the last 5 years. That awful noise from Stranger Things, Running Up the Hill from the 90s that broke through recently. I hated that fucking song. But it sounded different. It was new and different. My biggest beef with current music, with current entertainment, is that it's not new. It's the same sound again and again and again and again and again and again and again. I love listening to new music. But when new music is the same music, it's not new music. It has no, I don't give a shit about the story. I don't give a shit about taste. I just want it to sound like something different, something unusual, something new. I mean, geez, when Johnny Cash covered 9 Inch Nails, that was amazing. Amazing. He brought a new flavor and a new sound to a cover. Brilliant. Brilliant. But, anyway. I appreciate the perspective. I do. I love new music. I absolutely love new music. And when it comes out, I want to hear more of it. Next. Don't loop us with the boomers. Yeah, boomers are some fuckers. 5-generation betrayal. I can't say Gen Xers are without sin. We've done our part to assist the boomers. But in our defense, we were raised in a world that changed under our feet. So, half of us adapted, half of us are going to go down with the boomer ship because they're old enough to go down with the boomer ship. So, there you go. Talk to your peers in the youth group that are feeding a generational divide and sucking on Andrew Tate's cock. Next. What was that? Where are we? Boom. We're probably an hour behind the chat, right? You don't talk to friends about what they're watching. Then you can't talk to friends about what they're watching. You can't. Because here's the thing. Here's what else we've lost with streaming. TV shows used to come out at a specific time on a specific day, and if you didn't watch it, you were fucked. Right? You watched that episode Tuesday night at 7 o'clock, Wednesday night at 7:30, Wednesday night at 8 o'clock, Wednesday night at 7 o'clock, Thursday night, 7 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock. Sunday at 7, The Simpsons came on. Or Thursday at 7, The Simpsons came on. Cosby came on at 7 o'clock on Thursday. Then it was what? It was what? Cosby, Cheers, A Different World, something at 9:30 or 8:30. I can't remember what it was. And then it was one of those crime dramas at 9 o'clock. And then the news came on at 10. And then Johnny Carson came on at 10:30. No, the national news came on at 10:30. Then Johnny Carson came on at 11. And then, wasn't it? And then David Letterman came on at midnight, right? Something like that. I think that was the time. But anyway, if you didn't watch that episode that night, you missed it. So what would you do? You'd ask your friends, what happened on The Simpsons last night? What happened on Cosby last night? If you were interested. What happened on Friends last night? What happened? What happened? You would talk to them about it. Or at the very least, they record it, watch it Friday, and you talk about it on Saturday. If you talked about those sort of things. But now, the whole fucking series drops. Or new shows come out on Sunday. And then you got that one dickhead who's like, don't talk to me about it. I'm going to watch them all at the same time. We can't talk about shows anymore because no spoilers. Don't post on social media. You spoilers. You saw the movie. Don't post about it because it's spoilers. Don't talk to anybody about it because it's spoilers. Blah, 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 blah. Fuck you. That's what I think about you and your fucking spoilers. Fuck you. If it's good, you can't spoil it. Bruce Willis is dead in Sixth Sense. Eat it. Will Smith's character dies in I Am Legend. Suck it. Don't care. Movie's old. You should have seen it by now. Michonne doesn't die in The Walking Dead. Carl does. Carl's dad, the sheriff, whatever his name was. He doesn't die, but he gets blown up and taken by a helicopter to some colony. Rick. Mandalorian lives. Han Solo dies. I'm going to spoil the shit out of every movie I can think of. In Signs, they're really aliens. In Smokey and the Bandit, he makes it to Atlanta in time. Doesn't get caught by the cops. What else can we spoil? Oh, in those World War II movies, the United States wins. In the Titanic, the ship sank. In Avatar, unobtainium is actually obtainium. Quite obtainable. Anyway. But yeah, streaming services have even killed the ability to talk about TV shows. Because, spoiler alert, you only talk about it. Ugh. Anyway. We've lost so much social contact over social events. Don't tell me about the game last night because I'm going to watch it tomorrow. Eat it. The Cowboys lost. Actually, they won on Thanksgiving. But they lost every other day, every other home game. Deal. Next. I did the same. I did as a kid, just online. Yeah. I go outside to fish and go to the grocery store. Eric, cheers. Welcome to the party, man. Go outside to fish and go to the grocery store. Yeah, that's fair. I probably don't go outside that much either. Yeah, I should go outside more. Anyway, next. I've never been to a bar. I only drink alone. Like the song, Go Vols. Fair enough. Fair enough. You should drink. I mean, at least you have your social media to drink with, right? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Welcome to the party. Thanks for coming by. 95% of the country is weird. That is true. And they are weird in all kinds of weird ways. Next. Dating sites are designed to keep you single and desperate and unhappy. I disagree. Since 2002, the vast majority of couples have met online. And that percentage is growing. Next. Me and my wife met on Yahoo Messenger in 2004. Internet is real. Internet is not real. Internet is fake. You met in real life, and then it became real. Next. Why do you say that all modern rap is tasteless and doesn't have a story? We don't. Thanks for playing, though. I appreciate you coming by. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Cheers. Next. I had a hole in the wall. What? I had a hole in the wall with 75-cent old-style drafts. Oh, a hole-in-the-wall bar. Gotcha. Okay. It was great seeing the regulars, but except for my coworkers, where the fuck are they coming up with this that we say modern rap is tasteless? Who has said modern rap is tasteless and doesn't have a story? Who the fuck says that? Who says that? Who? When have those words ever escaped my mouth? Who has said that modern rap doesn't have a story? Who said that it's without taste? God. Next. Although the Sugar Hill Gang would kick your ass, just so you know. Anyway, next. I had a hole in the wall with 75-cent old style drafts. It was great seeing the regulars, and except for my coworkers that went with me at the bar, I never knew any of the regulars beyond a first name. And that's how it should be, by God. If you even know their first name, you're probably too familiar. Next. Pete and Bass killing it, but the young guys rapping are just, well, there you go. You said it, not me. But yeah, you're not wrong. Next. I'm only 421 pounds. I can't fit. Fair enough. Next. All of them? Okay. I want to see this conversation go forward. You're saying that Kendrick, J. Cole, Drake, Frank Ocean? Caribbean Queen Frank Ocean? Tyler, the Creator is bad. I mean, two of them are good. I mean, they're all right. I'll go that far. They're all right. They're all right. Next. I want to see what Dustin has to say. Next. Last rap you paid money for was Gordon Square. Okay. Well, 3 of those I don't know. Oh, Dustin. God. You're failing on the pop culture references, man. Next. Rap is music, but it's as a poetry slam. Poetry and music are the same damn thing. Rap is, there's some good quality, decent shit going on. It is fun to hear, fun to listen to, and there's a lot of it that is really fun and textured and interesting, and without question, it is a deep, 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 deep genre of music. It's fun to listen to. Absolutely. Some of it is fun to listen to. Some of it, yep. Some of it is, some of it is filling space. Yep. Next. Don't insult poetry with Drake. Jesus. You kids. I still don't know what Keck is. You elaborate. It's all derivative. A lot of it. When it's different and unusual, and to say that to their credit, Drake and Kendrick Lamar having their little pissing match back and forth was textured and fun and, clever for what it was. But it was also contrived nonsense. It was who cares, but it was clever wordplay, clever wordsmithing, absolutely fun to listen to and engage for what it was. It was professional wrestling in music. For what it was fun to listen to. But nobody's going to say professional wrestling is necessarily high art. I mean, it is. It's acting. It's high art. It's a soap opera with half-naked, sweaty men. So, yeah. Billy Ocean. Okay, gotcha. Not Frank Ocean. Okay, so I got my pop culture reference mixed up. But it's not all derivative. I'll defend it. I'll defend the art form. It is textured and layered and good. I mean, it's poetry slam. Absolutely. And that's not easy, especially when they're freestyle. But yeah, you're not going to catch me saying that internet beefs matter. They're not real. They're fake. All this shit. The internet's not real. Next. Most Gen X refuse to listen to new music, then call it bad. And that's what I mean when I say we love new music when it's actually new music. But when it's just the same fucking thing again and again and again and again, stacks of dollars and stacks of bills, blah, 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 blah. What was that fucking Little Dicky? That not what you would call a serious rapper, but also a serious rapper. Different. Not the least bit derivative. Nerdcore rap? I don't know. I don't listen to a lot of it. Admittedly, my musical taste is stuck 20 years ago, 30 years ago. God, 30 years ago. But when it's different and unusual and unique and it breaks through and it's not just the same sound, everyone loves to listen to new music when they actually make new music. There's a reason why people quit listening to Christina Aguilera. There's a reason why people quit listening to Jennifer Lopez. There's a reason why people quit listening to Celine Dion. Because they haven't made new music in eons. And even their latest releases sound like their previous releases. It's just the same shit. I mean, Jesus Christ, Def Leppard's last album sounded like their previous 3 albums. Def Leppard hadn't made a good album since 1996. New music is fun to listen to. But when it's the same goddamn music again and again and again and again and again, I mean, God, I think Aerosmith's last good album was probably in the mid-90s. Because they've made the same fucking album again and again and again ever since then. Same goddamn song, same goddamn sound, same goddamn music. It's just the same thing. Oh, pause this. We've got another ad, and this ad is for Ultimate Win Pocket Jack Pocket. Jack Pocket? Ugh, that sounds like a porn app. Next. Thank you, Jack Pocket, for advertising on our show. I appreciate it. I'm going to run to the store with those 38/100ths of a cent that I just got. Next. Sponsored by Jack Daniel's Tylenol and your mom's prescriptions. Not in the exact order, but hey, she paid for them. Like Jack Daniel's, Tylenol, in your mom's prescriptions. I didn't think Jack Daniel's made Tylenol. Jack Daniel's brand Tylenol. Next. All right. It's not. Hey, now stop. Now it is music. Calm down. Calm down, Paul. It is music. I'm gonna be here defending the art form. It is worth defending. Pharrell produced songs all start with the same 4 beats. Hey, the Beach Boys produced no fewer than 5 songs using the exact same music, just different lyrics. No. I'm not. No. This is an invalid attack on the art form. This is an invalid attack. You are out of bounds. Do I have a whistle? No, I don't. I don't even have a yellow flag. I got something. This there. I'm throwing a flag on that. You're out of bounds. There's penalty on the play. 5 yards. You're in timeout. Next. Must be 21 for package. Okay. Where are we in chat? How far back am I? Anybody got the timestamp? Where is that? There's the runts. 3 Star Wars. Rap and roll. Come on. Where are we? Where are we? The marker. Nope. Almost there. Must be 21. There it is. That is from 11:30. Jesus Christ. I am an hour and 10 minutes behind in chat. All right, let's get caught up. Speed round. Next. Actually listen to newer music. Frank Ocean. Is Frank Ocean related to Billy Ocean? I'm sure he's not. Maybe he's his kid. I don't know. Billy Ocean was Caribbean Queen. And I'll add the Caribbean Queen was only one version of that song. There were multiple versions of that song. There was Caribbean Queen, there was African Queen, there was South American Queen. There were a bunch of different versions of that song that played in different regions of the world. Now you know, and knowing's half the battle. G.I. Joe. And yes, listen, I encourage people to do exactly that. My Spotify playlists are not just Creedence Clearwater Revival. I kind of surprise people sometimes when they come into the tasting room and they listen to the music and they look at me and they listen to the music and they look at me and then they just shrug their shoulders and come up to the bar. Next. Pete and Baz. That is definitely one. Yep. Old white guys rapping. That is definitely one facet of the genre. They're entertaining. They are fun. And they sound different. And that's a fun thing about them. They sound different. There's a lot of artists in the genre that sound different. And they're also notably the ones that are at the top of the industry at the moment. So there you go. There you have it. Next. Don't listen to kids rap. Next. First of all, when Woo-Ah comes out with a next marker. This is the halfway point of chat. Holy crap. I am an hour and 10 minutes behind. And the marker is, where is it? That is at midnight, I believe. Come on. Marker was at, nope, that was 11:52. I'm at 12:44. So I'm making up some ground. We're getting there. We'll get there, kids. We'll get there. I'm committed to getting there. Next. Nice. Thank you. Next. Time Traveler Art Bell episode is a classic and it's on the YouTube. I'll have to look that up. We'll check it out. Like I said, I didn't listen to a lot of Art Bell because it was kind of not my thing. Art Bell. Time Traveler episode. All right. It's on my notepad. I'm going to check it out. Next. Boom. This little item. Yep. That's my lights. Next. Oh. If you have a desk you play games on, it's a computer room. Yes. But also you do work on it. It can be your office. I played games on my computer at my old office at Regions Bank every once in a while. Next. But yeah, that's what my mom does. That's what she does. It's her computer room. It's an office. That front room is her office. And it was my dad's office. It was her office. He actually did work in that office when he was a private investigator. After he retired and became a private investigator for the FBI and federal marshals, he was a postal inspector, the police force of the Postal Service. He was a postal inspector, and after he retired, he got his private investigator license and worked as a private contractor for both the FBI and the federal marshals doing background checks for prospective federal employees. And he did work that was his office. He worked out of that office, but he also played a lot of solitaire and mahjong. in that office as well. Next. Thank you. I work at a library. Your office is storage. It makes sense. I would like my office to be more like a library. Next. Do you guys like Kanye? I liked a lot of his early stuff, but his later stuff feels a little formulaic in the same way that Def Leppard's later stuff feels formulaic, the same way that Zeppelin's stuff felt formulaic. Kanye's later stuff feels formulaic. So I thought his early stuff was very innovative and unique and interesting. And then he became, I don't know, just became safe. You know? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? He became safe. And it was, you know, he entered as a disruptor, doing something different, playing a game that everyone else didn't play. And then he became safe because he became the game. And, yeah, I like it. I really like his early stuff, but his later stuff was less. But yeah, he was a huge disruptor, changed the industry to a large extent. He to a large extent changed the industry, and that was one of the great things. That's what he should forever be known for, is changing the industry. Next. I think we're on the same page there, Dabs. I think we're on the same page. Next. Waterford went bankrupt pushing Terroir. Okay. Waterford. That was the Irish whiskey guys, right? Next. So Waterford obviously doing barely. They did bottlings from multiple farms to prove it works. The new make for sure is different. Okay. I'm down. Using different types of corn makes a huge difference. And all that expensive corn sucks. See, I don't know how much of a difference it makes though. You know, using blue corn versus yellow corn, I don't know how much of a difference it makes, because again, the biggest difference between blue corn and yellow corn is the amount of sugar in the corn versus the amount of starch in the corn. And if you have less sugar, if you have less sugar and more starch, you have less alcohol. And if you have less alcohol, you have more leftover. And you have more leftover, then obviously you're getting more flavor in the water. But you're also getting a lower yield. You're getting a lower yield. You're getting less alcohol. But you're still only bringing in 20% of the water. Maybe there's more flavor in the 20% of the water you're bringing in, but that more flavor is still getting diluted, covered in barrel flavor, and diluted again. I'm just not convinced that it makes that big of a difference. And we're talking a flavor, a percentage of flavor within the whiskey mash that's less than 5% of the total total volume of the actual whiskey. How much of an impact can it have if it's 5% of the entire makeup of the final product? That 5%, unless it's playing an oversized representation of its actual value, I'm unconvinced. I am absolutely unconvinced. And I am willing to be convinced in a blind tasting where you don't know that it's blue corn, where you're not reading the marketing off the label, where you're just given blind shots. I'm not worried about better or worse. I'm just interested in different. Does it make a difference? I'm willing to be convinced, but I have not yet been convinced. Show me more. Next. The oak versus brick rickhouse. Yeah. Absolutely. Oak versus brick. Those old rick houses that were tobacco aging houses, which are basically just rickety old barns that their stability was predicated on the weight of the tobacco holding it together. I mean, those things are, it's practically storing the barrels outside. The insulation is crap. The brick houses are much better insulated, but they also hold the heat better. Once they get hot, they stay hot. The wood ones, once they get hot, they're only as hot as long as it's hot outside. They're practically open air facilities. But yeah, where it's aged and in what it's aged is huge. If you put the whiskey in a climate controlled facility, it's not going to age the same way as if you put it in a oak rick house outside. Not even close. The difference is huge, absolutely huge. You want the exposure to the elements, but not to be exposed to the elements. You want it to be exposed in a way that it experiences the climate where it lives, but not just sitting out in a field rotting. Anyway, next. I love this topic. This is how whiskey gets its character. This is what separates whiskey from moonshine. This is what separates whiskey from vodka. This is what separates. This is why whiskey is the best fucking spirit, because it has this character that is unique to its place. Unique to its place where it's made. Not where it's distilled, where it's made. And whiskey is made through the time that it ages. It is made in the barrel where it ages, when it ages. And that is what makes whiskey so much better than any other spirit. Tequila is made in one location. Whiskey is made across the entire world. Everywhere makes whiskey. Bourbon is a unique spirit. Scotch is a unique spirit. Canadian, Irish, Japanese whiskey, all unique spirits. Texas whiskey is a unique spirit from Kentucky whiskey. Texas bourbon, Kentucky bourbon, two very unique spirits. Whiskey is a unique spirit, and it is absolutely 100% married to where it's made, and it becomes whiskey where it's made, where the barrel lives, where it sits. Even the last 6 months of where it sits have a huge impact on the flavor and style and type of whiskey you're making. Huge impact. In fact, those last 6 months are probably more important than the first 6 months. If I'm being 100% honest with you, those last 6 months are where it gets the final little bits of flavor, where it all comes together. And maybe the middle 3 years probably matters even more than the first 6 months and the last 6 months. But that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother day. Next. Comments after the topics are, this is my favorite part of the show. This is my absolute favorite part of the show, Paul, without question. Working my way through a 1 hour backlog of comments. I love it. Seeing y'all's conversation go back and forth and being able to come in after the fact and play referee and throw the flag. Oh, absolutely. I love it. Absolutely love it. Don't forget to hit like. Don't forget to subscribe. Tell your friends. Come on out next time we do a show. That's why the bell is so important. The notification bell is so important, because I may not do a show next week. I may do a show in 2 weeks. I may do a show in 3 weeks. What is 2 weeks is Christmas, right? I'm trying to keep a 2 week schedule. So 2 weeks is 2 weeks Christmas. Where are we in 2 weeks? 2 weeks. We're on the 4th or the 3rd. 2 weeks is the 17th. So yeah, I can do a show in 2 weeks. I'll probably do a show in 2 weeks. Probably. So hit the notification bell. Then you know. Come on out and see me. We'll talk about something else. I don't know what we're going to talk about, but we're going to talk about something. I'm going to have a conversation with somebody in the next 2 weeks, and it's going to stick, and we're going to talk about that. I don't know what it'll be. We'll see. I mean, hell, Korea had a coup. A whole coup that started and ended within 24 hours. And we didn't even fucking talk about that. Touched on it, but we didn't talk about it. I don't even know why they had a coup. Apparently, the president just wanted to do a thing, and he did it. And everybody was like, dude, that was stupid. And he was like, okay, never mind. Okay, next. My dad and I just went tent camping. Tent. Oh God, that's like salt in my eyes. At my sister's wedding. He's 76 and you're 40. I went tent camping just this spring break. We went to the dunes in West Texas. We went to White Sands, but in White Sands we stayed at we went to Cloudcroft. We stayed at a bed and breakfast. It's that way. That's actually, no, it's not. It's that way. North and west. It's that way. We went to Cloudcroft and stayed at B&B in Cloudcroft. But in Texas, we stayed at a park in White Sands, the dunes in West Texas. The dunes in West Texas. Y'all can look that up. The dunes in West. I'll look it up. Dunes in West Texas. What is it? What is that called? Dunes. It's a very unique environmental place. It's the dunes of West Texas. West, Texas. It's someplace called with an M. Mohana Sandhills. That's what it says. We stayed at the Sandhills, and we stayed in the park, and it was it's a White Sands dunes in West Texas called the Mohana Sand Dunes, and it's like this basin, a very unique and geographic location where these sands come from the west, and they get like into this like circular basin, and we have this like just little oasis of sand dunes right there in West Texas. And it's really soft, really soft. I saw a scorpion for the first time in the wild there. Well, after we set up our tent, we bought a yurt because there were 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 5 of us. We needed to have floor space for 8 because it was us plus our gear. But yeah, we spent 2 nights in the Mohana sand dunes, and it was really fucking awesome. And I'm almost 50. I'm 48. I was 48 at the time. I mean, I love doing this shit. But that first cup of coffee is necessary. It takes a minute to wake up. I'm not old, I'm not old, but I'm getting there. It takes a little bit to get the motor moving in the morning sometimes. I'm still 28. Like tomorrow morning, I'm going to feel this. Being up till 3 in the morning, it's only 1 o'clock, but I'm going to be up till 3 at least, 3:30, maybe 4. I'm going to feel this when I get up at 8. I'm going to have a long fucking day ahead of me tomorrow. But that's cool. I don't mind. I like doing this. But I'm also not going to be sleeping on a sand floor. I'm not going to be sleeping on a sand floor that's cold. We didn't have our air mattress aired up. That first night was tough. We got there late. Anyway, yeah, tent camping is all right in the right temperatures, in the right climate. I absolutely despise camping in the summer in Texas. If we're going to go camping, last time I went camping in July, it was in Colorado. I fucking know better. I know better than to go camping in Texas. It's 88 degrees. When it's 88, 85 degrees at 10:30 at night, it sucks a lot. I mean, you can only take off clothes. You can only take off so much clothes before you're just buck naked. And then there's still no breeze. And then you're just laying there with almost nothing on, and you're just hot. You're just laying there being hot. Ugh. Yeah. Anyway, at least in the daytime, you can go out and do stuff and find shade. But man, at nighttime, you're just sitting there, and that heat and that air is just laying on you like a blanket. And you're just like, ugh. You can't get comfortable enough to fall asleep, so you're just laying there being hot. Ugh. Sucks. Next. It was a few weeks ago. I'm happy. Congratulations to the happy bride and groom. 4,440 subs. Nobody is confused about you being a YouTuber. I am not. I'm 4,440 450, I think, is where I'm at. Let's get that exact number. Thank you very much. 4,448. 4,448. I am so close to passing the 4,450 number. I really want to pass 4,500 by the end of the year. That's my goal for the end of the year is 4,500. So if I got to pick on Tyler, the Creator, a little bit more, I'm gonna. But I am not a YouTuber. I'm a whiskey man with a YouTube channel. Thank you very much. It's a monetized YouTube channel, I'll add. I'm making a small amount of money off of this, but all the money that I make is going back to the channel with new gear, new lights. These lights were bought with monetization money. So thank you for your support. That is from college. There it goes. Bloop. I love it. Anyway, next. Oh, and I'll also add that I've passed several of the channels that I started with. And I'm happy about that. I'm very proud of that. Next. Tyler, the Creator, has 6 albums. Yes. His most recent one is, he's dropped recent tracks. Tater the Crayola is doing good. But is his new stuff as good as his old stuff? Be honest with yourself. Be honest. Next. To shiv is pointy. Next. I don't remember. Rap R&B. Yep. Next. Just looked him up. Dustin, come on. Next. In 2024, UK rap is all that matters. God. You sound like an old guy. Next. Wait till you find out that those video games are worth, you might be sitting on tens of thousands. I might be sitting on tens of dollars worth of video games. Maybe that's what we'll do one day. We'll go through my old set of video games and see what I have back there. Not counting Emmanuel in America. Look it up, kids. It was Emmanuel was a franchise, I think, on Cinemax. But she was a classic porn. Emmanuel. It was dubbed over. It was bad. It wasn't even like trashy. We're not talking like porn, like penetration porn. We're talking like just trashy porn, like a bush the size of a slice of pizza type of stuff. Anyway, the Cinemax Emmanuels were not great, but the old video Emmanuels, they were, that was classy. That was some classy shit. Next. Oops. Next. Kathunk was the track change sound. Gotcha. Okay. Her, my older sister's 8-track was Calypso by John Denver. Oddly enough, my dad's, our Pontiac Bonneville, yellow Pontiac Bonneville, the size roughly of a battleship that we drove back and forth between Houston and Natchitoches, Louisiana, the stretch of road between Lufkin and Manny, Louisiana, where we didn't have radio signal. That's when we would play in the 8-track that was in that car. That was the only car that my dad ever had that had an 8-track that I know of. The other cars either were just radio or tape deck. But the 8-track that he had that we listened to in that car was John Denver's Greatest Hits. John Denver's Greatest Hits on 8-track in a Pontiac Bonneville between Lufkin, Texas and Manny, Louisiana. And for the life of me, I know John Denver's Country Roads is about Virginia, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. For me, John Denver's Country Roads will always be Highway 105 between Lufkin and Manny, Louisiana. because that's when we listen to that 8-track. We listen to John Denver's greatest hits, and John Denver's greatest hits between Lufkin and Manny. And that country road, 2 lanes of blacktop through the trees of East Texas, over the Sabine River, Toledo Bend Reservoir, into Louisiana, and on to Manny. Through Milam, and on to Manny. Highway 105 in Texas, and I think it was 64 in Louisiana. I may be wrong about that. I can't remember exactly. Can't remember the one in Louisiana. But country roads, take me home, will forever, forever, forever. When I close my eyes and I listen to that song, I see that highway. There's a Dairy Queen in Lufkin when we take that right turn into Louisiana, or take the right turn off of Highway 59 towards Louisiana. There's that Dairy Queen, which we would sometimes stop at on the way home. But that was our departure from civilization. There was a paper plant. And then once we passed that paper plant, it was nothing. It was just nothing. And there was a VFW outpost in Milam that had a Sherman tank, if I recall. And there was a high school in Milam High School, with a football field. And then it was back to the trees, back to the forest, back to the trees, back to the East Texas Big Thicket. And we would go through there, and that was our country roads. That was the country, all of the Blue Ridge Mountains and Shenandoah River and Older Than the Ocean. Never seen the ocean, whatever. All of that. There's no mountains in East Texas. I mean, you don't even have to look at a map. There's no mountains in East Texas. East Texas is flat trees, river. That's it. But yeah, I close my eyes and I see that highway. I see the tall pines on either side of the highway, with a ribbon of 2-lane asphalt cutting through the trees as far as the eye can see. That's it. I can hear the song right now. Good times. Good times. And the sound on an 8-track and the sound on my, I have the CD. I think that is the only album, record, CD, whatever you want to call it. The only piece of music that I have in 4 formats: digital, CD, tape, and 8-track. The only one that I have in 4 formats. So, not to be sentimental, but John Denver was a national treasure. And it is a shame that that dumb idiot had to go and die in an ultralight airplane accident. I think he'd still be alive today. But he was a vocal advocate of free speech, vocal critic of the PRSC, which for you kids, that's why we have warning labels on video games and music, mature content labels on music, because they absolutely insisted. This was Tipper Gore, Al Gore's wife, among others. But they absolutely 100% insisted that kids were committing suicide because of satanic messages in music in the 80s. And John Denver was a vocal critic of this government censorship program process that they wanted to implement. And he was even skeptical of the idea of the industry policing themselves. He was just YouTube John Denver PRSC PSRCC, parental, oh, something. Yeah. Twisted Sister, D. Adams was another vocal critic. John Denver, very passionate speaker. And he was in, I think, one of his best, when he went and testified before the Senate. He gave this very impassioned testimony, and he the senator, I think it might have been Al Gore, said, I understand you need to go because you're going to go, you have a hearing with NASA. Because he was leaving that hearing and going to NASA because he was talking to NASA about going into space because he wanted to go to space too. This dude he was a fucking national treasure. Absolute national treasure. And he couldn't be classified. They tried to classify him as country music. He wasn't country music. They tried to classify him as pop music. He wasn't pop music. They didn't know how to classify John Denver. He was just John fucking Denver. John Denver. Country roads take me home. Anyway. All right, next. To the place I belong. Okay, not those games. Oh, those games are upstairs. My Nintendo games are upstairs. The Gold Zelda, Clash of some Japanese Clash of Clans type of game. Burger Time, Donkey Kong. I got a whole shit ton of Nintendo games, Nintendo Entertainment, and N16 games. But those are upstairs. Those are in another room entirely. Next. Civ 2 was amazing. It is amazing. I think they were up to Civ 6 last I saw. Played the hell out of that. Had fanatics all over my ocean borders. And no one could attack me except with nukes, which I got first. Well, there you go. Next. You set up Spotify for like a day. Didn't like the playlist. Moved on. Yep. Next. Finding anything on Netflix is a full-time job. I love an algorithm that is useful. Oh, you said algorithm that's useful out loud. They're going to come find you. Next. Netflix doesn't autoplay unless it's a series. Cool. There are 3 Stars movies. There are 12. 3 plus Rogue One plus Solo. Okay, there's 11. Sorry. 11 Star Wars movies. Then there's the series, Clone Wars. Then there's the other Clone Wars series. Then there's the Mandalorian. Then there's the Book of Boba Fett. Then there's the Andor series. Then there's the Acolytes. Then there's the Ahsoka. Then there's the Baby Star Wars. Then there's the Legends of Star Wars. Then there's the next. So context. When I said I never watched a movie twice. Okay, yeah, thank you. I was meaning twice in the same small time period. Okay, I got you. Yeah, but I've done that before, where I've been working, I had a movie on in the background, and it just restarted. But that's not the norm. That is not the norm. Admittedly, that's not the norm. Okay, I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean now. You have watched the same movie twice, just not in the same day, or etc. Gotcha. Next. The last original version ever produced of the first 3 on Laserdisc. No shit. The Laserdisc version is different from the VHS version. And I'm just going to let that hang there in the air for a minute. Yeah. The Laserdisc version is different from the VHS version. And the VHS version is different from the TV versions that we would see on TBS. Where are we at? 12:11, 1:16. I am 1 hour and 5 minutes behind. There are side-by-side versions of the variances on the YouTubes. And maybe you got the original on Laserdisc. Maybe so. But my understanding is that the Laserdisc version is different from the VHS version, and the remastered VHS version is different than the Laserdisc version, and the remastered DVD HD version is different from the remastered VHS version. All hail George Lucas. It's the one to have. Yep. Remastered was good, minus, Han shoots first. Next. We might have been the most important scene in the films. I don't know if it matters. But it's entertaining as fuck. Without question. And the Jabba by the Falcon, it does not. You're right. It adds nothing to the narrative. There's so many things that just add nothing. They're cool, and they put it in there because they could do it. But it really doesn't add anything to the narrative. But it's cool because it's fun to watch. But that's it. And yeah, the background scenes. I liked the. And this is gonna sound so dickish and hipsterish, but I liked the raw version. Unsmooth, the remastered versions were just polished, and the old versions were just unpolished, and it just felt gritty. Yeah, for what it's worth. I like the new versions too. Don't get me wrong. I love the new versions. The visual on the big screen when the remasters came out, and you were just like, wow. Nothing compares to seeing those for the first time in the theaters. The way they were intended to be seen on the big screen with the big visuals. Yeah. Next. Was that remastered? Was that like the next update? I believe. Yeah. I think the Laserdisc had scenes that were not in the video VHS version. Next. It's a blur. You can double check. VHS release of the remaster with THX. They did some good updates to the special effects that felt well done. Yeah. There was the original VHS, then the Laserdisc, which I don't think the Laserdisc was remastered. I think they just added a couple of scenes that they had left out of, and it wasn't anything earth shattering. It wasn't like whole new scenes. It wasn't director's cut type of things. It was just like a little bit extra to the scene, a little bit of extra texture, a little bit extra color. I don't think it was anything earth shattering, anything amazing. So it was essentially the same movie. There was just a little bit here and there in the Laserdisc. But the VHS, the first VHS remasters, I think in 94 the VHS remasters from 96, 96, 97, 98, when they re-released the first trilogy. And then there was the DVD release after the trilogy, the full release of the trilogy. And then there was, and then he kept updating and kept going from there. I believe. Correct me in chat because you will, and I'm fine with that. How far are we? How far back am I? Y'all can tell me. It's cool. Next, the extra bits of Java. Yeah. Next, Blake's 7 with updated SFX comes out next week on Blu-ray. Blake's? A bit cheesy, so I kept the style. So excited. Okay. Next. See, we can catch up and chat pretty quick. You will not be besmirching Taylor Swift's name on my live stream. She is a national treasure, as is Beyonce. Both are national treasures. Just I used to date Taylor, so me and her go way back. Next. The Artists are different, but the production. Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. That's what I mean. Paul, you nailed it. The production is all homogenized. The artists are different, but the production is all homogenized. All the singers sound the same, from Lana Del Rey to Sabrina Carpenter to Charlie XKX to they just all sound like they're coming out of a machine. They all sound the same. So when you hear something different, when you hear something unique, when you hear something exciting and fun, yeah, absolutely want to hear it. And that's not unique to the pop world. That's also true in the rap world. There's so much homogenization, and it sounds like it's all coming out of an auto-tune machine. But every once in a while, somebody pokes their head out, somebody pops through, somebody breaks through with a unique, different, exciting, interesting sound. Tater the Crayola is not one of those people lately. Drake, Kendrick, those guys are popping out with new sound. They have their little fucking rap battle that they've been going back and forth, accusing each other of being pedophiles. Fine. I don't care about the beef. The sound is interesting and unique and fun. But Tater the Crayola is not doing anything interesting, unique, or fun, which is frustrating. Because he could. He's talented as fuck. He could do all kinds of fantastic stuff, but he's not. So, there's that. Next. Come on. There we go. Blue raspberry trying to taste like raspberry. Exactly. Runts bananas. That's what it was. Runts bananas. Next. Banana candy tastes like gross Michael banana, which tasted different. Yeah, it's a different breed of banana than what we're having now. Those old bananas are extinct because they got a fungus or some shit. Next. Different. Yep. Next. The Cavendish. That's it. You got it. The other one, commercially extinct. And the Cavendishes are under pressure from another fungus too. So we may have another flavor of banana in the next 10 years. Next. You used to talk to your friends about the episode. You used to talk to your friends about the... Exactly. That was just low value. You went to do the season with a friend. The conversation would be ongoing. All season long would be ongoing. You talk about the episode, how it fit into the season, what was going to happen next, Battlestar Galactica discussions and stuff like that. Battlestar Galactica wasn't always my thing, but oops, no, we're not ready yet. Calm down, George. That wasn't my thing, but that was one of those types of shows. There was an episodic type of thing, and you would talk about it like, what does this mean for the rest of the season? What does this mean? Where's the story going? What does this mean? What's going to happen next? That was the conversations you would have. You can't have those conversations these days because of the streaming services, because they dump the entire season all at once. Or Firefly, in fact, was the last time I remember having this kind of conversation about a TV show, and that was only on for a year. So there you go. I'm sure there's been some since then, but that was the last one I remember. So there it is. And those conversations suck. The conversations always suck, but they're conversations to have. What else are you going to talk about? Nothing? I mean, come on. That's what it's all about. You talk about nonsense. You sit there and just jabber at each other. Otherwise, you're just sitting there staring at the wall and talking about people. Who wants to talk about people? People are boring. People are the worst. Talk about ideas and concepts and stories. Talk about people. People are lame. Boring people talk about people. That's why internet beefs are a thing, because everybody's boring and they want to talk about the internet beef. They're like, oh, somebody said something. Nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody cares what you think. Nobody cares what you did. Nobody cares what you're doing. You can just stop streaming and then you disappear. Ask Jenna Marbles. Oh, you can't because she fucking disappeared. You just poof, disappear. This isn't a thing. I at least have the distillery. I'll still be somewhere. I'll still be a thing. But if I stop streaming, I disappear. I'm done. You want to get in a beef? We have a beef. You know how I end the beef? End. That's it. They were done. Beef over. Beef finished. I mean, that's how it's done. The internet's not real. Like, oh, everybody's canceling people on Twitter. Nobody's canceling anybody on Twitter. You can continue to exist when people are pissed off at you on Twitter because Twitter's not a real thing. It's not real. It's not a real world. It doesn't exist. And then you just stop being on Twitter, and then all of a sudden the shit on Twitter doesn't matter. Poof. You're done. It's no longer a thing. Amazing how that works. You take your drink. That's how you fucking into beef in real life. You take your drink and you walk over there. And now the thing over there is a different thing entirely than the thing over here. And these people can be pissed off and gripey and bitchy all they want. But you're over there. So who cares? You're out of the drama. You're done. And it's so easy to do it on the internet. It's so easy to do it on the internet. Look, just like this. Watch. There. See? Easy. Easy. Anyway, the internet's not real. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Next. Game of Thrones. That's one. We talked about Game of Thrones because new episodes came out every week, and you could talk about Game of Thrones and what happened each week because people were into that. Every fucking week we were watching Game of Thrones. We may not have been watching it the night it came out, but I think it came out on Sunday, if I recall. So we could talk about it by Tuesday. Ned dies in the first season, by the way. Spoiler alert. Yeah. Game of Thrones talked about after each episode. That was probably that was the last time I remember appointment TV with my wife. I was at a conference when the last season was coming out and one of the episodes was coming out, and I cut a meeting with a client short so I could go up to my hotel room and watch the episode of Game of Thrones with my wife together as it came out on HBO. True story. True story. Next. Those conversations also sucked. Yes. Way more fun to talk about a season after it's over. But it's fun to talk about the season while it's happening because then you're trying to figure out. I didn't like the fan fiction bullshit about trying to theorize what was going to happen next. I was always more interested with what happened already and how what happened this week fit in with the narrative as it was going forward, because there was always intrigue as to what might happen. You know, how was Daenerys going to fit into the final story? Was Jon going to take his throne? What was Jon's secret? Did we figure out Jon's secret ahead of time? What was Jon's secret? What was Jon's secret? And we finally were fairly certain that Jon was a Targaryen before the big reveal that he was a Targaryen. But what was going to happen with Bran? What was going to happen with Jon? What was going to happen with Daenerys? What was going to happen with Tyrion? What was going to happen with, just all of the different, was Jaime going to do the right thing or was he going to go back to his sister? Like there were all these, what's the deal with Sansa? What's she going to do? What's Arya going to do? Like, how do all these things fit in with the narrative? And one of the most disappointing things about Game of Thrones and how it ended was that they had this narrative as it progressed, and then they just went off on a tangent. They're like, okay, everything's going to progress normally until we get to here, and then we're just going to do something different. And like they could have gotten to where they were going if they had a couple more episodes to get there, but it felt like they just took a hard left. And that was one of the things that was really disappointing about the ending. The ending wasn't bad for what it was. It's just the way they got to it. It felt like they took a hard left, and there was a bunch of other loose ends like the sand snakes and and the Sand Vipers, whatever it was, and Marcella's death, and the whole intrigue with Dorne and all the other stuff. It felt like they got lazy with the end, and they were just like, and they ended it that way, as opposed to like actually doing a service to the narrative. And that was always the fun conversation. How does it fit in with the books? How does the movie relate to the books, at least up to those last couple of seasons when the movie got ahead of the books? And then it was always like, how are they going to do this in that last book? When's he going to do that? And at this point, he's never going to do the last book. So, whatever. He wrote himself into a corner, I think he said, so he doesn't know how to finish the books. But he killed off a major character. But, it was leading up to this really exciting, impressive finish, and it was always going to finish the way it finished, with Daenerys going crazy, Jon killing Daenerys, and that it was always going to end that way. But the disappointment was how Daenerys, or not how Daenerys, how Cersei dies, how Jaime dies, how Theon, and like how all the narratives play out. Like it didn't feel like the proper payoff. And as it turns out, the conversation around Game of Thrones was better than the actual conclusion of the movies or the TV shows, because the conversation, at least the conversations I had, were richer, more in depth, more fulfilling than the actual show. The show felt like it was shortcutted. Felt like we got shortchanged. It was always going to end the way it was going to end. There was very little drama in question how it was going to end. It was just a question of how you were going to get there. Where was the narrative? Where was the story going to go? But they just kind of waved their hand and yada, yada, yada over to the rest. And then now we have a feudal republic. Just, whatever. And we went from this thing where there was a bunch of intrigue and loyalty to magic with dragons, and then a hand wave, and then it goes back to this nobility system like they had in England after the War of the Roses. Just hand waved it to the conclusion. They just skipped over a whole bunch of shit, and that was so disappointing. And the only thing good about Game of Thrones was the conversation that led up to that. Because once we got to that, the actual show was way more disappointing than the conversation surrounding the show. The conversation surrounding the show was rich and in depth, and I hope we do it. I hope they do it this way. This is going to be fantastic. This is going to be exciting. The Battle of the Bastards was amazing. Absolutely amazing. That was that was visually delicious. The whole last stand after last stand after last stand, and desperate point, and then finally Sansa comes in with the cavalry and saves the day. And then the intrigue after the Battle of the Bastards, where Sansa comes and saves the day, but everybody wants Jon to be the king. Not just the Lord Stark, but also the King of the North. And the intrigue with Sansa and Arya and Jon and Littlefinger, that was great. That was well done. It was fun. But then Jon had to go and be a bitch and kind of ruin that whole thing. The conversation around it was great. Like, what's Littlefinger going to do? What's Arya going to do? How's this going to play out? Oh, this is exciting. This is fun. What are we going to see next week? And then next week comes in, they're just like, yeah, yada, yada, yada. Oh, fuck. No payoff. No payoff. Sad. That was the most disappointing thing about Game of Thrones, is that it did not live up to the conversation surrounding Game of Thrones. If they'd have dumped Game of Thrones all at once, the whole season in a day, and you binged your way through it and didn't have a chance to talk it up, it would have been more satisfying. There's your twist. If they had just dumped all, 13 episodes at once, and you watched it in a week, and you didn't have time to listen to the podcast and talk to your friends and talk to your contemporaries and post about it and ask questions and talk about it and discuss it, then you wouldn't have walked your way through the narrative and expected anything more than what you got. But because you talked about it, because you had a chance to discuss it and think about it and talk about the narrative and where it was going and how it should go and how does this fit in, because you had a chance to talk about all that stuff. And then they come back with the shit they come back with. And you're just like, this isn't living up to the hype. This isn't living up to the expectations. This isn't living up to anything that we, the fans, set up for it to be. It was fine. It was a good series, but it wasn't as good as what we hoped it would be, because we put a whole lot more into it than they did, which is unfortunate. So there you go. Next. Well, come on. There it is. Not the weekly episode stuff. Yep. Only because the show started to suck. Yep. Next. That last season was unwatchable. I disagree. But I understand. I understand completely. It was so dark you couldn't see it. That is so true. That was the Battle of the Bastards, if I'm not... No, that was the Battle of the Siege of Winterfell. Yeah. The Battle of Night, or whatever it was called. Yeah. That was so dark. So dark. Oh, I think I had to adjust the dark settings on my TV just to be able to see it. It was so bad. Next. Where are we? Yeah. Most people get married from online dating. Now, most people in the last 20 years, most people get married from online dating. But it didn't used to be that way. It used to be people met face to face in bars, friends, school, church, and work. But now online dating is far outpacing all of that stuff. Far outpacing by like 3 times, like 3x. It's like 75% to 25%. It's insane. Next. It's Billy Ocean with Caribbean Queen. Thank you, Paul. You sure Frank and Billy aren't related? I'm pretty... How common is the last name Ocean? They've got to be related, right? Right? And how did Billy Ocean not name any of his kids Atlantic or Pacific? I mean, come on. Shots fired at WWE comparing it to Drake and Kendrick. It is! WWE is scripted bullshit. Drake and Kendrick was scripted bullshit. Period. Argue with the wall. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. You refill the rocks glass. Clint Brook, welcome to the party. Cheers and thank you for joining us. This is the Old Humble Distilling Company Happy Hour. I am, 1 hour behind in chat? Where am I in chat? Let's see here. Clint. That's Paul. Dustin. Clint. You arrived at 12:41. The time is 1:40. I am 1 hour behind in chat. I'm trying to catch up, my friend. Next. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe and the notification bell as well. Next. 6:40 a.m. God dang. 6:40 a.m. That means you are in Alaska? It was an hour ago. Alaska? I'm guessing Alaska-ish. Couldn't be Hawaii. Got to be Alaska. Because this was an hour ago was 12:40. You're 6 hours. No, 6 hours ahead. What is that? France? England? 6 hours ahead of me. Yeah, that's like France or England. Thanks for joining us from across the pond. Cheers. Blue corn doesn't have any sugar. It tastes like, it tastes terrible. There you go. It doesn't have any sugar, but so they got to convert the starch using beta amylase. And again, I'm not convinced that it tastes any different. I'm not convinced that it tastes any different. I'm just not convinced. I need to know more. I need to do more research. I'm not convinced. Next. It's not as sweet. Of course it's not as sweet. Next. Like saying rye and corn taste the same. Well, obviously rye and corn don't taste the same. But rye has different enzymes than corn has. That's a good point. That's a fair point. But I don't think that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Next. You can 100% taste weird corn versus classic. It's really obvious. Can you taste it without the label, though? If you can, that's fair. That's a legitimate question. If you can taste it without the label, then I am one step closer to being convinced. But I need to know more. I haven't experienced that. Next. To me, it's different as rye versus corn. Blue corn versus yellow corn is the same as rye versus corn. That's fair. I get that. Because rye has less sugar content and more starch content, but it also has more proteins and just different flavor compounds. But those flavor compounds do exist in the water, and that's what gives rye its taste. But it's 100% rye that gives it its taste. You know, it's like 95% rye versus 5% corn. I mean, really? Maybe. I'm willing to be, like I said, I'm willing to be convinced. That's a fair argument to make. And I've thought about that myself. It's a fair argument. I'm willing to be convinced. And that's probably the direction I'm going to go with my research. Okay. Can you always tell? Yeah, that's a fair question. Same with yeast. Make a huge difference with your yeast, for example, with Four Roses. Yeah, and there are proprietary yeast that these people maintain for years and years and years and years. That is also a fair point. But yeast is different because yeast touches every bit of the alcohol versus the protein content that's left behind in the water. That's 5% or 6% or whatever of the actual product. It's not the same thing. It's comparing apples and oranges. But it's a compelling argument. It's an absolutely compelling argument, and it's one of the reasons why this is such an exciting discussion to have with regards to terroir and the styles of whiskeys that people make. Next, the yeast. Yeah, the yeast would be a far greater thing because it touches all of the alcohol. That's 40% of the product, and at least 40% of the product. Next, clicking an article about the Korea thing on CNN. It was sub only. Yep. I think I read an article on, I don't remember, The Guardian. I read the article on The Guardian. I didn't read CNN. Next, and it was like literally at 9:30 before I got started on this show. If you don't like bad spelling, we can. Oh, God. Next, President's spouse wasn't indicted. Wait, what? President's spouse wasn't indicted for business fraud, so the legislature were going to impeach the prosecutor. So it was a self-coup, but failed. What is that? What did it? The president's spouse wasn't indicted, so the legislature was going to impeach the prosecutor. So the president decided to declare martial law to prevent the legislature from impeaching the prosecutor. Is that why he did it? Oh my God. So he's going to have to step down. they're going to force him to resign over all this shit. This is the dumbest. We live in the dumbest fucking timeline, people. We live in the dumbest fucking timeline. The prosecutor wasn't going to indict the spouse of the president for business fraud. So the legislature were going to impeach the prosecutor, I'm assuming to replace the prosecutor. I guess that's like our attorney general. So the legislature was going to remove the attorney general, which was going to force the president, I guess, to appoint a new attorney general who may or may not. I mean, you can appoint the attorney general, though, unless the legislature appoints the attorney general. I don't know. We live in the dumbest fucking timeline. Y'all understand that, right? The dumbest timeline. Oh, Jesus. Of all the stupid reasons to fucking shoot yourself in the foot. Next. Oh, it's an old gaming term. Gotcha. I'll look it up. Keck. I'm not going to look it up now. I'll look it up another day. Keck. Lolkek. Sure. Sounds interesting. From Kekek. Zingling. What? Oh, that's a question. I don't know. It's one of them. And in World of Warcraft, LOL translates to KK on the other side. Really? So that's like the Horde language. Huh. All right. Next. Oh, you got my channel where I have a teammate and subs. Gonna guess we're still ahead in watch time slightly. Got my channel where I have a teammate and subs. Okay. Next. Wait, I'm old because I think UK rap. Yes, you're old because you think UK rap is better. Next. You said it. How is John Denver not Southern rock? He wasn't Southern rock. He was Americana folk. I mean, that was the best way to classify John Denver. John Denver wasn't Southern rock. Not even close. I mean, you wouldn't put John Denver with Led Zeppelin. Not Led Zeppelin, Leonard Skinner. You wouldn't put John Denver and Leonard Skinner in the same category. You wouldn't put John Denver and would Creedence count as Southern rock? Yeah, maybe. I mean, you wouldn't put John Denver with like Ram Jam. Do they count as Southern rock? I don't know if they count as Southern rock. The only thing I can think of as Southern rock is Skinnerd. And I'm sure there's other Southern rock. I just can't think of it. Yeah. No, not Southern rock. Not at all. Americana at best. Americana folk Americana, not country, something other than country. He was close to country, but not quite country. You know, you wouldn't put him with Kenny Rogers and Willie Nelson. Maybe with Willie Nelson, Johnny Cash, folk country, Western blues. I don't know how you'd classify him, but not Southern rock. No, not him. No. Anyway, next. Out of battery. I'll catch you again. Cheers, Paul. Have a great night, man. Good night. There are 3 Star Wars movies. That's it. Nice. The only higher quality video of the original was long time on Laserdisc. Yep. Since there's a Blu-ray. Yep. Battlestar was terrible. I never really got into Battlestar Galactica. I tried doing it after the fact when it was on. I watched like 4 or 5 episodes on Netflix. I think it was Netflix. Might have been Prime. But then when I figured out that like Earth wasn't Earth, it was the memory of Earth, and that they were on like their 8th or 9th iteration of what they like. This was a ongoing repeated cycle. I lost interest because I was like, okay, I get the lore. I'm done. I was out. And that's the thing. Is a lot of these TV shows and movies only work if you don't think about it. But if you give it any thought whatsoever, then like it pierces the veil of the illusion, you know? It pierces that veil, and now it's like, this is implausible. I can't get into this anymore. I'm done. I'm out. Like, we watched this movie the other day called The Platform. And it's like there's this pit that people are on, floors from 1 all the way down to like 250. It goes all the way down to like 302 or something like that. And this platform goes down from each floor, and it's full of food. And, you know, people from each floor eat whatever they want to eat, and they leave what's left. So by the time it gets down to like floor 50, most of the food's been picked through. By floor 100, there's hardly any food left. It's been vomited out and pissed on, and there's crap. People have sat on the whatever. It's disgusting. By the time you get down to the bottom floors, you don't have any food. And you're in each one of these floors for a month. And I was like, okay, so you're going to starve to death in the lower floors. If you're in the lower floors, like more than, like, the idea, I suppose, is that in the lower floors you get crazy and you're going to kill your cellmate because you're in a cell with you're 2 people per each cell. You're going to go crazy after about a week, 2 weeks. You're going to kill somebody, and you're going to start being a cannibal at the lower floors. And you're in this place for however long you're in this place, for a year, 6 months, whatever it is. And that was kind of the premise. Like, after eight days or so, you started going crazy, and you'd kill your cellmate. And, people got violent, people got disgusting, people became animals. And then I got curious, and I looked up how long it takes for someone to starve to death. And, the general rule is, if you have no food and no water, if you have no water, you're going to die in like 3 days. If you have no food and no water, you're going to die of starvation in like 10 days. Unless you stay hydrated. If you stay hydrated, you can go about 45 days. And I was like, well, wait a minute. These people have water. These people have water. They're hydrated. They could go their entire month without eating anything and survive their month. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be great. And obviously, if you're skinny, you're not going to do as well as if you're fat. But these people are going crazy after 8 days and killing their cellmate and eating human flesh when they could live for 45 days with water and no food. Blew up the entire premise of the movie. I couldn't watch it. I was like, I'm done. I can't watch the rest of this. This is fucking stupid. The entire premise of the movie was done. So as soon as I understood, like, the premise of Battlestar Galactica, that it was like this whole colonize Earth, develop the AI, it rebels, destroys the Earth, people escape. It was a cyclical thing. As soon as I understood that, once I figured out the premise, I was like, oh, well, this is stupid. And I was done. I couldn't watch Battlestar Galactica anymore. I was finished. Next. The whole season, you talk about the totality of it, what it was all about. Yeah, in past tense, but when it's happening, you also get to talk about the depth and color of the story. Once it's done, it's done. It's a past tense thing. Once it's happening, you're in the moment. You're experiencing culture as it's happening. That's exciting and that's fun. If you don't have to want to do that, but this is a very modern phenomenon. The other side of this, of talking about it as it's happening, is way different and way better, arguably, because you're talking about it as it's happening, as it's unfolding, as the story is progressing. You're taking a part and a part of the story. And it's much more colorful, much more interesting. Because there's a whole lot of what ifs. After the story's happened, there's no what ifs. There's no question about how the story goes. It's because it's already gone. Next. But if you didn't get that back when it was one episode at a time, you'd finish the season, wouldn't ever get back to the value of the story of the season. Arguably, once you got to the end of the season, you didn't talk about it anymore because it was already done. There was nothing to talk about. So, next. Seem to care way more than anyone I've ever talked about, met about internet beef. That's just the thing. I don't. They're not real. I care about people caring about it because it's dumb. It's just stupid. Anyway, next. The only reason to follow beef is there's no reason to follow beef. You are incorrect. That is a wrong statement. There is no reason to follow an internet beef. Next. Listening to Joe recap Game of Thrones, it reminds me it wasn't a good story. It was a good story for 4 or 5 seasons. The last couple of seasons, it was not a good story. It was a terrible story the last couple of seasons. And there was a whole lot about the story that was not good. Even in the early seasons. But the overall story in the early seasons was good. In the last couple of seasons, it got bad. Real bad. Because there was a whole lot of hand waving and shortcutting and yada, yada, yada. And it was very, very, very annoying. A whole lot of loose ends that came up and disappeared. And it was just like, whatever. So much. Oh, goodness. So much promise. So much promise wasted. Next. We got to get this wrapped up. I got to hurry. Next. And fair. To be fair. That's why talking about it wasn't fun. But talking about it was fun. I enjoyed the conversation around the show. I did. I enjoyed because I enjoyed it for what it was, and I enjoyed the show for what the show was. I didn't expect it to be Shakespeare. It was pop culture at best. I didn't expect literary classic. It was, pop culture. And that's what it was. And that's what we got. And that's what I enjoyed about it. It was just cheap thrills. And it was fun. Fun, cheap pop culture. Next. It's still designed to prevent marriage. I mean, I get the premise that it's designed to prevent marriage because the idea being that if we marry you off, you're not using the app. So we want you to be unhappy with the person you find. So you come back and do it again and again and again and again. But if you're unhappy with the product, you're not going to keep using the product. Like if they keep matching you up with trolls, you're not going to want to do it. Like if you keep getting sour meat at the grocery store, you don't go back to the grocery store and get that meat anymore. You go to a different store to get your meat. So, if dating apps are not going to connect you up with somebody meaningful and useful, you're not going to keep using that app. The idea, like, who was it? Hinge, I think? Like their whole goal is to make it so you don't use it anymore. And obviously, they're not trying to get rid of their customer base. They want you to keep coming back, keep coming back, keep coming back, keep coming back. But if you keep coming back to futility, then they're going to want, they fail. I think there was a Black Mirror episode about this. Next. WWE writing's back. Really so bad, 4-year-olds do better. Yeah. Drake and Kendrick's writing was bad. And so is the WWE. Next. Sunflowers is in the house. Cheers, Sunflowers. What am I, about an hour behind? 30 minutes? How far behind is that? It is 2:00 even. There's Sunflowers. Where are we? Howdy, Sunflowers. I am only 20 minutes behind in chat. I'm going to catch up and go to bed in less than an hour. Come on, let's go. Hi, Sunflowers from Dustin. Next, it's 6:40 a.m. and 1:40 a.m. Wrong direction. Joe Law. Yeah, they're in Europe somewhere. 6 hours ahead of me. Because they came in at 12:40. It was 6:40 when they came in. So they were 6 hours ahead of me. It was 1:40, I think. It was 1:40. Was it 1:40? I don't remember. I think it was 1:40 at the time they came in. and 6:40 where they were, which means either way, they were 6 hours ahead of me, which is Europe, like England. Anyway, next. Come on. Their son. Cheers. Next. The UK is 6 hours ahead of Central Time. Thank you, sunflowers. Next. You can taste it without the label. Now, types of corn, no, I can't do that. But traditional, okay. Like I said, I'm willing to be convinced. I am willing to be convinced. I just heard my wife cough in the other room. I wonder if this bell is too loud. Next. And I just ring the bell again. You can tell the difference between 21% rye and 36% rye. Four Roses does it. I get it 75% of the time blind. Okay, so that's fair. Yeah, and that's what I mean. They're like rye and corn are different enough. But is 50% blue corn versus 50% yellow corn, are they different enough? I'm willing to be convinced. This is compelling evidence or anecdotes. Compelling anecdote. I have a fun story about someone saying, this was some chick. I don't even know who she is. A friend of a friend who was saying something about science, blah, 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 isn't always right. Something about science and the syncing of menstrual cycles. And I said, and I made the comment that anecdotal evidence is not evidence. First, it's not considered, it's not evidence. And she said, give me an example. What do you mean? I'm like, well, you know, teachers will insist that kids get crazy during a full moon, or nurses will insist that more babies are born during a full moon, but actual scientific data suggests otherwise. So she was saying something about menstrual cycles syncing up. And I said that anecdotal evidence isn't evidence, but, you know, and she asked for the example. I gave her those other two examples. And then she said, well, what about believing women and understanding our lived experience and blah, 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 blah. I said, you know what? First off, I don't give enough of a shit to really to really argue, but also believing women has abso-fucking-lutely nothing to do with scientific evidence. So why don't you just like actually look at studies that suggest that you're full of shit, that there's no syncing of biological schedules or anything. Your menstrual cycles don't sync up. You've got 4 weeks. If you have 6 people, they're going to, you know, randomly sync up and randomly not sync up. There's very few studies that suggest that they do, and overwhelming evidence of studies that don't. And then I said something along the lines of, but really, I don't give a shit enough to give a shit and argue this point. Believe whatever the fuck you want to believe, but anecdotal evidence is still not evidence. And then she said something else, and I came back and I said, I started arguing, like, you know what? Actually, no, I really don't give a shit. And I just left it at that. And anyway, that's all to say. Anecdotal evidence is not evidence, but like I said, I'm willing to be convinced. I'm absolutely willing to be convinced. And I may take this challenge. I may take this challenge up with my new equipment. Do a blind taste of blue corn versus yellow corn, actual corn. You know, I know that there's a difference between 21% rye and 36% rye. I know that. But as far as special corn and artisan corn and stuff like that. The math doesn't support it, but I'm willing to be convinced, and not just with 2 whiskeys, but like I did when I did my taste testings of rye to figure out what rye I liked, like doing like 20 or 30 over the course of a couple of days and seeing, what actual, looking at actual data. I'm always willing to be convinced. I'm willing to do the work is what I'm saying. I'm willing to grab my notebook and a bunch of bottles of whiskey and figure it out. I think it'd be fun. It'd be a hell of a weekend. Next. Same with MGP. Horseshit. You can, no. You are not going to convince me that you can tell the difference between MGP whiskey and any other whiskey because it's made the same. Horseshit. You people who say that MGP tastes different made Penelope into a $9 million company. Fucking bullshit. Shut up. Anyway, Sunflower, the topic started with Terroir. That was my whiskey topic. The second topic was, are we doomed? And the answer is no. The third topic was what we lost with streaming services. We lost the communal event of going and shopping for movies and music and being in a building, in a room with a bunch of labels and topics and people, and actually going through the communal effort of going through blockbuster titles or going through music labels or going through, clothes shopping or book shopping or the things that we used to do of shared media and shared culture. Yeah, that's the third topic. Next. Korea, South Korea. That was a moment. Yes. What's Paul talking about? What is Paul talking about? I think by the time you got here, Paul was gone. I don't know. South Korea news. Folk and Southern rock are similar enough, and Willie Nelson was the iffy country versus Southern rock. I don't know if Southern rock and folk and Southern... folk and Southern rock are kind of... Yeah, I could go with that. Because Nash and... who were they? Mamas and the Papas. They were kind of folksy. Shit. Who'll Stop the Rain? Ohio. I'm trying to think of these songs that I would consider to be Southern rock. Mama Cass. A lot of the Flower Child Western, not Western, kind of hippy dippy shit that wasn't exactly Southern rock, but it had that. That's not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of something else. Fuck it. It's too late. I don't want to think that hard. Next. ZZ Top Southern rock. I would think ZZ Top is very much Southern rock. Yeah, I would think so. They're more Southern style rock and roll. Kind of a Southern bluesy, a Texas blues. They would be considered a Texas. I think Texas blues might be a fair. They kind of go in between Texas blues and rock and roll. I think. Next. It's just rock. That would be a fair statement as well. Next. Ram Jam, Black Betty. That became Southern rock, but that's a cover of an old blues song and an old, from what I understand, from what I remember, an old like field song, a black field anthem song. I don't know what you call it. Anyway, yeah, work song. Yeah, that's the word. Next, I'll allow it. I agree. Next. Jesus, am I ever going to catch up? It just keeps going. Next. They are actually from Houston, as a matter of fact. A lot. The living members of ZZ Top still live in Houston. Next. 40% Southern. Fair enough. Especially of the era. Yep. Next. Go way more than 45 days. I don't know if you go way more than 45 days. That's 6 weeks. And I didn't do a lot of research into it. It just said, 45 days. I mean, it obviously depends on how fat you are, how much muscle you have, how much fat you have, because you start consuming your own flesh, your own fat stores, your own muscle stores, and you start consuming your own body after like 4 days. So, I mean, I could probably go, I could definitely go longer than my son, because I got more weight on me than my kid does. So, it depends. All the brief period of time that I spent researching this said 30 to 45 days, depending on your body type, possibly longer. And that was when I completely lost interest in the movie. That's the point, not your fucking pedantics. Anyway, next. Next. Love Battlestar Galactica, the miniseries. Gonna watch season 1. Bacon recommended it to you. Well, good for him. Good. And I would never, ever. Well, yeah, I would disparage people's hobby. But if you enjoy it, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with enjoying your own hobby. Enjoy it. If you like the show, enjoy the show. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. If you enjoy it, it's good. That's all that matters. That's all that ever fucking matters. Next. Same thing with whiskey. Same thing with rum. If you enjoy it, it's good. That's all that matters. The Wire. I never watched The Wire. Next. Oops. Talking about it as a season, Battlestar Galactica. I can't say I watched The Wire, so don't know. Next. Too much about a movie. I'm looking forward to more Battlestar Galactica. Is there a Battlestar Galactica movie? Are they making new episodes? I know that chick in the red dress is hot. Next. Traveling Fools is in the house. Cheers. Cheers, you silky voiced bastard. Welcome to the party. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Blah, blah, blah. Next. It's not about making you upset with the person. They want you addicted to the dating and talking so you're happy, but also not addicted so you start dating. Yeah, I'm not buying it. Next. I'm going to watch Game of Thrones. One of my coworkers said she took notes. She took notes? Ugh, that's too much work for entertainment. Pass. Kendrick Lamar won a Nobel Peace Prize? How the fuck did oh, whatever. I don't hate Obama. Okay. Yeah. Obama did. I don't know why Obama won that's still one of the greatest mysteries of my life, is Obama winning a Nobel Peace Prize. But Kendrick Lamar won a Nobel. Hey Siri, did Kendrick Lamar win a Nobel Peace Prize? Hey Siri, did Kendrick Lamar win a Nobel Peace Prize? Okay, that's not Kendrick Lamar. All right, let me look this up. That seems weird that a rapper would win a Kendrick Nobel Peace Prize. Kendrick Lamar. No, Kendrick Lamar has not won a Nobel Peace Prize, but he did win the 2018 Pulitzer Prize for music for his album Damn. Okay. He won a Pulitzer Prize. All right, so there we go. That didn't sound right. Nobel Peace Prize. Next. Next. There's Traveling Fools. Again. And he won it before he did anything. Next. I'd accept a study that's well done. The problem is studies tend to not... it would be hard to study something like this because taste is subjective. I mean, you have to have a very broad sample. And by nature, there's variances in how you make the whiskeys. And I mean, there's so many variables. It would be hard to isolate the variables. But needless to say, I would be willing to make the effort and try. I mean, I've only done the math. I haven't sat down with a bunch of different bottles of whiskey. I've only done the math, and the math tells me that it doesn't make any damn sense. But I'm willing to be convinced. Next. Fools. Do I trust women? Well, no. Yeah. Next. What did Obama do when he won the Peace Prize? Nothing. He got elected, and he won the Peace Prize. He didn't do anything to win the Peace Prize. He was nominated to win the Peace Prize, and then he won the Peace Prize right after he got elected. It was before he had actually done anything. And, over the next 8 years, it's still questionable as to whether he actually earned a Peace Prize. But, there you go. Next. She can be trusted. She says that's exactly what someone who can't be trusted would say. Next. It's 3 a.m. and I'm drunk. But I believe he got the award more or less for getting elected. I believe you are correct. Maybe for his message, or is that massage? Which fair? Nope. MGP does 21 and 36% rye, and I can... Okay, the rye, the 26 and 36% rye, yeah. Maybe. I mean, I get that. That's, a solid 10% difference. That's doubling the amount of rye in a whiskey. Yeah, I get that. And I can tell the difference between 90% rye and 90% corn, too. There's differences. Oh, hey, I can see the bottom of chat. We're almost there. Am I going to be done by 3? I am going to be done by 3. Next. That's what I mean. Like, not that you can tell the difference between 21 and 30%. I thought you meant you could tell the difference between MGP and other. And maybe you can. Like, there's brands that are MGP. I can tell when the whiskey comes from the same location. When you try them side by side, if this one and this one and this one taste the same, you can tell they at least come from the same location. These all came from the same distillery. They came from the same rickhouse. These are the same whiskey. This one, this one, this one. I can tell that. But necessarily being able to tell MGP apart from other whiskeys, no. MGP makes perfectly fine stuff. Next. Might do more styles of mash bills than anyone, which allows us to test more differences in mash than anyone. That's fair. That is absolutely fair. They also do more. They're probably the largest distillery in North America outside of a pure ethanol distillery, vodka distillery, or a crude oil refinery. Next. For example, have you had anyone else, for example, do a 99% corn bourbon? Now, I don't think I've ever had anybody do it. I've done a 90% corn bourbon. I didn't like it. Next. That's why I quit doing it. I ended that. Willie early was country, but later I feel he got a little bit more rocky. Yeah, when he moved to outlaw country, moved from country to outlaw country when he went with the Highwaymen and Chris Christopherson and those guys. Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to classify music because especially with performers like Willie Nelson and John Denver and people that cross back. I mean, even Taylor Swift went from country to pop. I mean, it's hard to, I hate the way they classify music that way, but we're a country music station. I mean, Hootie and the Blowfish do fucking country music now. I mean, come on, man. Next. Trump is president. We will be doomed. We're not doomed. Thank you. Love listening to the elitist wearing high dollar sunglasses. You think these are high dollar sunglasses, Chief? Read chat from an hour ago. You think I'm an elitist? Eat dicks. Just to be fair, just to be 100% clear, 100% clear. These biohazard sunglasses were purchased in New Mexico. There's a story behind these. They were purchased in New Mexico in 2020, in March of 2020, when we were on spring break. I got them at a roadside souvenir stand because I needed my sunglasses because I was driving to Flagstaff to meet with my aunt and uncle and go to the Grand Canyon. It was spring break. We picked up these sunglasses. I liked them. I thought they were green and nice. I liked them. They were what I wanted. Turns out on the way home, all hell breaks loose. The pandemic blows up. Everything gets shut down. I start doing my happy hour streams from the pandemic studio of the Old Humble Distilling Company. And it never connected that these were biohazard sunglasses and the pandemic had started until several months later when we went on a trip up to Jasper and stayed in a cabin at a KOA just outside of a state park, and I did the podcast from the cabin at the state park at the KOA. And I couldn't find my sunglasses, and I was trying to replace my sunglasses, and I went online to the brand Biohazard to find the sunglasses so that I get replacements sent to me. And then I found the sunglasses the next day, and it wasn't any big deal. Fast forward 2 or 3 years, and I got these cost me like $15. I got an entire box of Biohazard Optics sunglasses. There was I think there was 12 pairs of sunglasses in this box. 12 pairs of sunglasses. I have a few left. The whole box cost me $11.99. So these are literally $1 sunglasses. Just like the ZZ Top song. Get yourself a pair of cheap sunglasses. These are $1 shades. True story. True story. Next. The elitist. That's probably the funniest thing. Like, I'm the fucking elitist. Next. I could probably go 180 days. That's a fair statement. I'm just going to freshen up my drink just a little bit because I've got probably 30 minutes of chat left. Next. No issue. Yeah, probably true. I don't think I've gone more than 4 days without food. 4 days, 4 times 24, 96. I think I've gone 100 hours without eating food. I had water, but no food. Man, I got cranky. Next. I've never seen The Wire. Not even one single episode. Not even one single episode. That's the one based in Baltimore, right? Next. Wouldn't change my mind second as a rapper. Next. Why are there ads on my life? Oh, because I told it to sprinkle in like a moderate amount. Who was your ad? Tell me who the ad was. I'm curious. I think I told it to sprinkle in a light amount of ads, a light to moderate amount of ads. There's not supposed to be a lot. Anyway, let me know who your advertiser was so I can give him a shout out. Next. Problem with a broad sample is you need people who can at least drink whiskey and not just say tastes like whiskey. Yeah, and not get drunk doing it. Like people who can actually do it professionally. It's hard to find people who do that. And then you still have to limit it to like 4, no more than 4 in an hour, because they'll still get drunk. Next. MGP standard release apart from other pretty easy. Okay, fair enough. Next. Pretty sure Jack is the biggest bourbon distillery, but MGP is likely next. I'm willing to accept that as probably true. I mean, they're probably 1 and 2. I can't see how Jack could be bigger than MGP. Could they be? Is it possible? I mean, MGP makes so much whiskey, but they make so much everything. They make whiskey and gin and vodka. They make everything. I mean, they could be. Jack could be. I don't know. Jack makes a whole bunch of shit. She went from bad pop to bad pop. She did country for a while. Taylor did country for a while. She was a Nashville star. I think she got her start as a Nashville star. I could be incorrect. We only dated for a very short period of time. Next. And pop is just another word for bad. Pop is literally popular. Nice try. You mixed up the reward. I mixed it up. You mixed it up. You said it was a Nobel Prize. I had to look that up. Pulitzer Prize. First musician outside of classical and jazz genres to be honored. Good for him. Good for him. On Sunglass Note, got to hop off. Good night, Dustin. It's been a fabulous time. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining the stream. Thank you for adding. I appreciate it. Cheers and good night. Next. Songs, but not a mega fan. I'm not a huge fan either, but she is absolutely a national treasure. And I know it's a joke, fools. I got you, brother. Next. Oops. Elitist, though. Elitist. I mean, that's a funny fucking joke. I'm the elitist? I mean, come on. Next. I am kind of an elitist. You're not far from wrong. You're not far from right. You're not exactly wrong. A few days, that tour that blew up by far, I've heard a few after that too. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Taylor Swift songs. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Son says she can be trusted. I guess she can be trusted. That's exactly what people who can be trusted would say, right? Legit never heard worse music, including kids. Okay. Next. I mixed up, not you. Trying on a phone sucks. Yeah, I got you. I'm just trying to get through. Jack sells a stupid amount of whiskey outside of... I guess they do. They export a shit ton of whiskey. Jack is extremely popular in Africa, I think. Maybe China. I can't remember. But they're hugely popular. I mean, they're popular inside the U.S. too. They sell a shit ton of whiskey inside the United States. Every bar's whiskey is Jack Daniels. Next. Probably. I don't know. Next. MGP is Missouri group of products. I don't know what MGP stands for, but they sell food parts. They sell everything from wheats and grains to spices and herbs to actual finished products like whiskey. So there you go. They're a huge food conglomerate. Huge food conglomerate. Next, 100% sure Taylor was called country. It was pop. She was a Nashville star when she started. I swear to God, she was her first record was produced in Nashville. Next. Outlaw country. Yeah, it was a whole breed of country. Chris Christopherson, Willie Nelson, Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings Jr. It was a whole genre of country. It was country that was outside of the Nashville homogenization of country music. So there you go. Look it up. Wikipedia it. Google it. It is a cornucopia of delicious and delightful flavors of country music. Not like country music of its time, where it was a tear in my beer and, a dog stole my car and all that shit. This was, very much a different sounding country music. It was the precursor for the more popular rock country roll that you get in the late 80s and early 90s. It was a different thread of country music evolution. And those are your core guys. Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, Chris Christopherson, Johnny Cash. Those are your four principles of the outlaw country movement. So look it up. It's interesting. It's good. It's good stuff. Next, Beyonce is Jesus Christ. Sunflowers. Oh. Good night, Dustin. Cheers. We're doomed. No, we're not doomed. Stop it. God damn it. Next. Midwest grain producer. Thank you. Midwest grain producer. Thank you. I knew it stood for something. I just don't know what it was. Next. Top shelf. Thank you. Next. When do you do your reality show? That would be January 13th through 19th. January 13th through 19th. I go to Tulsa the morning of the 13th, and I stay until the evening of the 19th when I come back to Houston. It is a startup accelerator, classroom, and small group-based entrepreneurial workshop. And they record the workshop, and the people... The judges determine the participants who get it the most. They understand the principles that are being taught, and they judge between the ones who do best and the ones who are deemed to be winners get $10,000. So there you go. I don't know when it airs. I don't know when it broadcasts, but there you go. That it'll be sometime in the fall or sometime in the spring, probably. I don't know any details beyond that. I'm going for the startup accelerator workshop part. The chance to win $10,000 is kind of a bonus. So there you go. Let's talk about arrows. No, son, I can't catch arrows. No matter how much I try, no matter how much I practice, I will not be able to catch an arrow. I might be able to catch an arrow, but right now, no, I can't. I cannot catch an arrow out of the air. And you crack me up. You continue to crack me up. But it is now 2:35 in the morning, and I'm going to call it. We're done. It has been a fun show. I saw a bunch of new names that I hadn't seen before. According to my analytics, we got 61 viewers with an average viewership of 11 minutes and 40 seconds per person. which means that is 671 minutes of viewership. Actually, a little bit more than that, closer to 720 minutes of viewership, which would be, 11 hours. Almost 12 hours of viewership time, which is fucking awesome. That's pretty awesome. I'm very pleased with that. We got no fan funding today. No new members. No chat revenue. That's fine. That's kind of secondary for the show. I don't push that. But we will get some revenue out of the ads and all that other stuff. We earned $117 in the last 6 months of the year, or last 5 months of the year. We have one more month to go. So that, this has been a very good and beneficial, very productive second half of the year, for the channel. I am going to be able to upgrade my equipment. I'm going to be able to upgrade my equipment. What is that? When do you do the reality show? I already answered that question. January 13th. January 13th. That's when we do the show. I'm very grateful for the support. I'm very grateful for the support and the engagement. Everybody participating in the show, participating in what we do. I will be able to upgrade my equipment with the latest monetization check of 117 smackers. I'm going to get a light and a microphone for my phone and my distillery setup. So I'll be able to record cocktail videos and possibly some skits from the distillery, but some longer form videos, 5 to 8 minute videos that are edited videos. So we'll be able to do all kinds of cool stuff with that new equipment. Son wants to know if she can purchase the vodka from me. The vodka's going fine. I made 24 bottles of the vodka. It's down. We've sold about half of them. A third of them. We've sold about a third of them. There's 13 bottles. No, yeah, between a half and a third. There's 13 or 14 bottles remaining, and unfortunately, they are only available at the distillery. Sorry. It's only available at the distillery. It's a distillery exclusive. Along with our cast strength rye, it's a distillery exclusive. That is one of the perks of being local and being close to the distillery. You can come and get those special releases that we have in the distillery. That's one of the benefits of the distillery itself, and being, local and supporting the local distillery, is being able to come to the distillery to get stuff like that. There is a chance that in 2025, we will put it into our full production line and add it to our online store, but I cannot promise that at this point because I have other projects ahead of it. So, sorry. And plus, you don't want to buy the vodka from the distillery because it's the cost of the vodka is the same as every other vodka that you're going to get, but also you have to pay delivery charge. So you're going to have to pay an additional $16, $19 for the vodka, which is the cost of a bottle of vodka. You're going to have to get, it's going to cost you $40 for a bottle of vodka. I appreciate the support, but just between you and me, go buy a $20 bottle of vodka at the store. Just between you and me, there's absolutely no reason to pay an additional $20 in shipping on a bottle of vodka. There's absolutely no reason to do that. Just go buy some vodka. It's cool. I appreciate the support. I appreciate the sentiment, but just between you and me, don't do that. Don't spend $40 on a bottle of vodka. This vodka is not special. It's not unique. It's made by me at my distillery. So as part of our product line, as part of our cocktails, as part of our offerings at the bar, it's here, it's available. But I mean, seriously, the total cost of a bottle of vodka is $40. If you buy 2 bottles, it's going to be $30 because it's going to be $10 extra shipping per bottle. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just go to the store and buy yourself a $15 bottle of vodka. You're just going to mix it with stuff anyway. You can tell your friends it's from your buddy Joe at the Old Humble Distilling Company. It's cool. I can send you a file of the label. You can print it out and glue it to your bottle. Same principle. It's cheaper that way. I'm just trying to look out for you. I'm just trying to be a good friend and not take advantage of you. There's no reason to spend $40 on a bottle of vodka. Never. Unless it's magical. If it's magical, then, go for it. But don't do that. You're welcome. Next up. Okay. I will be going live from the distillery either tomorrow, Wednesday, or Thursday, bottling up some whiskey and finishing up the order for the Fort Bend Bourbon Society, which did a barrel pick. And we may have already claimed some more bottles. Talia Burger. Okay. Oh yeah, we've got lots of bottles that have been claimed by the Fort Bend Bourbon Society. I'll talk about that later. Not tonight. It's a project that I've been working on for several weeks now with the Fort Bend Bourbon Society. They have a barrel pick that they're picking. You fix the comments, but sorry, I'm just going down the list. Calm down. Jeez. Stop. There's no panic, no fear. No more. We're not doomed. We are not doomed. We are going to be just fine. We're a big... Okay, stop. We're a big, diverse country. We're not doomed. We're a big, diverse world. It's not doomed. It's not. Everything will be fine. It's not going to be fine on its own. We have to get out and do the work. We have to be responsible people. But yeah, we're not doomed. Not by any stretch. Anyway. Next, finally, what else do I have to say? That's it. We're done. I'm not going to keep talking. Dim suck. Jesus. Son, you are incorrigible tonight. Good Lord. Raise a glass. Let's be good people to each other. Cheers. Continue to be awesome to each other. Drink humble. Be awesome. Cheers and good night.